your son. My prayer is that they would call out to him right now, asking him into their hearts for the forgiveness of their sins so they can know for sure they're going to heaven when they die. Father, today we say special thanks to you for those men and women of our armed forces who sacrifice and serve so much, so often to defend the freedoms that we love. The freedom to come together, to worship, to praise you without fear of persecution, the freedom to join with friends and family at a race like today and celebrate. Father, today we also want to pray a special prayer for the family of Officer Chase Maddox, who recently lost his life serving in the line of duty. Father, we ask that you will comfort his family, that you will give them the peace that passes all understanding, your peace. Father, help us today to honor his memory here at this race. And finally, Father, we ask that you will call this nation back to you, that we will turn our faces to you once again, come humbly before you and seek your face. And Father, as a result, you would heal this land, that you would bless this nation once again. Father, give us a wonderful day today at this race. Keep us all safe. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Here today to honor America with their performance of our national anthem, please welcome once again Ernie Haas and Signature Sound.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the monsters steaming in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the home of the brave. One more time for Ernie.
Next February, the Super Bowl will be in Atlanta. Today, the Super Drivers of NASCAR. After a weather delay, we're ready to roll in Atlanta.
This race is about to heat up, so buckle up and grab an ice cold Coke. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Last Sunday, Austin Dillon, it was one of those once-in-a-lifetime moments in the 60th running of the Great American Race in the 3-car. Overtime, a 40-1 long shot, getting past Eric Almirola and leading his only lap, the most important lap, in a backup car. The Daytona 500 champion, Austin Dillon, at age 27, celebrating with his crew. He'll be on the spot today here in Atlanta. Once again, he'll be starting in the rear of the field. Actually has a tattoo on his rear celebrating the Daytona 500, which he said that he did in celebration of that. But he'll again, because of a gear change, starting in the back of the field today, Michael.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a problem for that team because they didn't have a lot of speed yesterday, Chris. So if you start in the back like Martin Truex Jr. and you think you got a fast car, you sprint to the front, no problem. But when you start in the back with a car that wasn't up to pace, you could get lapped in a hurry here at Atlanta.
Brad Keselowski, you see he starts 5th. He was a favorite in the Daytona 500. He won this race last year, even though Kevin Harvick dominated, as it seems like he does every year in Atlanta, running on the bottom.
Yeah, and this car doesn't seem to show a ton of speed either. He's not among my list of 5 or 6 guys to watch for victory lane. But here you go. This guy is the one that everybody's talking about. Chris, yesterday during the Xfinity race, Kevin Harvick was trending. I mean, he was all the teams were talking about, running that terribly low line. He rolls into the corner so easy, gasses it up and runs around the bottom. It seems simple. It seems like anyone can do it, but they can't.
Kyle Larson, who last year it was this race where he kind of went on a tear, and in the next 4 finished either 1st or 2nd.
He could beat Harvick. This is the guy I would watch. He's a dirt racer. You're going to slip and slide today. Could fall right into his hands.
And Bubba Wallace finishing 2nd of the Daytona 500, a special moment with Richard Petty, and an emotional week, and ready to roll here in Atlanta.
And what about when he hopped on the track Friday, right up to the top of the speed charts? What a start to the season for Bubba.
It's a good thing they're trying to get the race in here, because William Byron, who's a college student, has a report to in school, homework Monday morning. So I hope he can get it done. So he'll be racing a little faster than others to get to the finish line and do his homework. It's a wide age range with the 36 drivers ready to go here in Atlanta.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome Saturday Night Live's longest running cast member and Atlanta native, Kenan Thompson.
Let's do this! Drivers, start your engines!
Good to hear the engines fire. Let's head up to the broadcast booth and Mike Joy.
Thank you, Chris. Among the stories we'll be watching today, Daytona 500 winner Austin Dillon. Ryan Blaney had a great week in Daytona. He's our point leader. Martin Truex will start out back. Harvicking, that's what a lot of drivers will be trying to do today. And Kyle Busch has won his first Cup pole at Atlanta Motor Speedway this week. Today is going to be an exercise in resource management. The fall off is the drop off in speeds due to rapid tire wear. Darrell, how do you manage that?
Well, they call it give up. But here's what I don't want to have happen. Driver, don't you give up on me, because you're racing the field. Your car may be terrible, but it's better than everybody else's, and that's all you got to worry about.
Jeff, how about managing restarts and getting onto pit road here?
Yeah, we talk about how fast this racetrack is, but it's the slow sections that are going to be really tough to manage. Coming up on those restarts, rolling up there at a slow pace, trying to put 800 horsepower down to the rear tires, extremely challenging, a lot of wheel spin. Coming to pit road, the tires are worn out. All that fall off, how do you carry all that speed to pit road? Easy to lock up, lose control, and overshoot the pit entry.
And Larry McReynolds, how are you going to manage 10 or more 4-tire changes today?
Yeah, this is a long race, and you're probably going to make a minimum of 10 trips to pit road, and every time you come there, it's going to be for 4 fresh tires. Think about this, only the second race of 2018 with the new pit crew rules going from 6 to 5, really 4 crew members and a fueler, and these teams are adapting, they're gaining on it, but Mike, I can almost promise you, pit road will be a difference maker today.
Yes, this will be the first true test of the new pit road procedures for 2018. Well, the skies aren't so much clearing, but the track is dry. And finally, we are ready to race at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Buckle up for the second race of the season.
You can't cut me loose until you show me.
Green flag in the air. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
The action is going to be intense.
It's amazing how fast you get around this racetrack.
Yeah, this track is very unique, very abrasive. The tires are really going to fall off here in a hurry.
Brad Keselowski. The cars are rolling off the starting grid here in Atlanta. That is a great sign. It's the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. Race number 2 of the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series for 2018. Kyle Busch has his first Atlanta pole. He's a 2-time winner here. Ryan Newman will start on the front row for the 12th time at Atlanta, a Toyota and a Chevrolet. Kevin Harvick led the most laps in the last 4 Atlanta races, didn't win any of them. Daniel Suarez, his best career start on any mile-and-a-half track. Brad Keselowski, last year's winner with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Then 3-time Atlanta winner Kurt Busch and Kyle Larson, the runner-up here last year. And rounding out the top 10, Clint Bowyer and Eric Jones, a veteran and last year's Rookie of the Year.
Let's dial up old Kevin Harvick. What do you say? Kevin Harvick, it's DW. You got me, buddy?
10-4.
Son, you got to be looking forward to this race. You won yesterday, and I polled every man, woman, and child that's on this property, and they say you're the guy to beat today. That's got to be a lot of confidence.
It is nice to sit in this Jimmy John's Ford knowing that you got a really fast race car and then a racetrack you're really comfortable with. So, but I've thought that for several years, and we've led a bunch of laps, and it always seems like something reaches out and bites us. So. Feel good about it today and just got to go out and see what happens and run the race. But good to be sitting in here with a dry racetrack.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the track. We know you're freaky fast, but how about the track? Does it look like it's good to go?
Yeah, it looks good. Looks good down here. As long as this little crack down here is not leaking any water, it'll be fine.
All right, brother. Good luck, and we'll check that for you.
Thank you, guys.
Let's go down to pit road where things are also dry, I hope. Jamie Little.
Well, so far it looks great down here, Mike. And, you know, it's been a challenging weekend for the 78 Martin Truex Jr. After failing inspection on Friday 3 times, they lost their car chief, they lost 30 minutes of practice, and they didn't get to turn a lap in qualifying. Cole Pern, the crew chief, told me he's had to work overtime under the car, on the car. He said they're just okay. They're going to have to overcome some more adversity starting last. Vince Welch?
Well, after his emotional second-place finish last week at the Daytona 500, Bubba Wallace has become a media sensation. That's all well and good, but he prefers to be a racing sensation. That will be judged over a body of work. The message today, manage the expectations at this tough mile and a half, and remember, this is just Wallace's 6th Cup race. Matt Yoakum?
Vince, besides a very fast race car, Kevin Harvick's other advantage is his pit crew. They seem to have adapted quicker than most to the new over-the-wall roster limits and the least impact gun. In fact, during Saturday's Xfinity race, they turned in a 14.4 second stop, about 2 seconds faster than the average that we're seeing here on pit road. You throw in the fact that we could see 10 to 11 stops today on pit road. These guys could be the game changer, Larry Mack.
Let's take a look at our race analysis for this 500-mile race today. We're going to go 325 laps, stage 1 and 2, 85 laps. The final stage, 155 laps. Pit road speed, very important, 45 miles per hour. Fuel window, 48 to 54 laps. We'll probably be talking more about that tire window, 35 to 40 laps, and this grip level has no grip. One competition caution, lap 30 to the rear. Daytona 500 winner Austin Dillon for a gear change this morning after final practice. And the weather, the best thing I can tell you, for the next 13 and a half hours, we are good to go. We are going racing, Mike.
And about time, Larry. There's a look at the weather. Rain late tonight, maybe sooner. Now, Bert and Ernie are our 2 stat guys. We call their hot rod computer Bernie. Why not? What does Bernie have to say about the odds for? That's an old, what is that, a Mac 2? That's an old piece, boys. You need to upgrade. Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Newman among the pre-race favorites here. We'll check in later and see how that works out. Now, one thing that's important to note given the weather. In past years, when we got to halfway, the race would be official. We could not come back and finish it the next day. Now the rule is we must complete the first 2 of 3 stages. That's 170 laps to have an official race.
Something that's got to be on these drivers' minds and these crew chiefs' minds. 30 laps to that competition yellow. This track is green. It's going to be eating up these Goodyear tires for those first 30 laps.
It is game time.
I like it.
Pace car hits pit road. Here we go.
All right, all right. Here we go, guys and gals. And boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, drivers.
Ryan Newman leads the first lap from Kyle Busch. It was Clint Boyer trying to make some noise on the outside.
We talked to Newman in our pre-race show, and he said, I have a great race car, guys. That's all I can tell you.
Well, on the short run in both practice and qualifying, he was right near the top.
Keselowski coming to the outside of the 4 of Kevin Harvick. And one of the things we'll watch with Kevin Harvick, doesn't always have the speed at the beginning of the run. It's that long run speed where he excels.
Newman's flying away 2 laps, and he leads Kyle Busch by 3/4 of a second.
I don't know if I'd want to get out there and go too fast on this green racetrack right now. That will come back to you.
Well, if you're Ryan Newman, if you're going to do it now, because, you know, you just don't know how long it's going to last. Track's going to go through so many changes today.
Jimmy Johnson 14th, McMurray 15th. Here comes Kurt Busch in the 41 against Ricky Stenhouse for 5th.
This track is going to change so much. Not only is rubber from the tires going to lay into this racetrack, but the balance of these cars is going to go from tight to loose, loose to tight, wherever you're at. It's going to change a lot.
Look at that. The 48's hooking that yellow line. McMurray in the one, he goes all the way out next to the wall, but look at that momentum that the one gets coming off a corner.
And as a driver, that's what you love about Atlanta Motor Speedway. You have so many different lanes that you can choose to run, and there's no telling really which one is the best one. We've seen Harvick execute the bottom so well, but I've seen a lot of drivers win on that top.
In practice and qualifying, it seemed like the high side was good in turns 1 and 2, where they are where McMurray is right now, but hooking that yellow line in 3 and 4 was the quick way to a fast lap.
It's certainly working well for the one at Jamie McMurray. Another great run and making up spots off of turn 2.
Hey, look at this 88. He's going somewhere too. He's found a little groove up high and he's making some time. Alex Bowman looking pretty good right now.
Started 18th, he's up to 8th.
Now there's something we haven't seen a lot of. Typically you can run the top groove or even the middle groove in 1 and 2, but not 3 and 4. We saw Alex Bowman work that outside lane in turns 3 and 4.
I think that rain washed all the rubber off the track. You can kind of go where you want to right now. Going to have to see which groove prevails as this race goes on.
Remember, Martin Truex started out back 36th. He's up to 20th. And to the inside, Harvick, Stenhouse, they continue to battle side by side. And here comes Bowman, the showman, from 18th to 8th, looking at 6th.
And just remember, you have to run much harder on the tires and using more throttle to make that longer outside line work to your advantage. So how long can those tires hold up running that top lane? I think it's going to give up over time.
I do too, Jeff, but I think early on exactly what we're seeing works. Get that high line, get that great speed off the corner down the straightaway, and pass guys that are hugging the bottom.
Let's remember this. This is at most a 30-lap run. NASCAR will have a competition caution at lap 30.
Now you bring up a really good point, Mike. 30 laps doesn't seem like a lot, but this place is all corners, so 30 laps is quite a ways. We've already seen almost a second of fall off in these tires just in the first 7 or 8 laps.
And we got to look, Suarez running third right here right now, and we talked to him in the pre-race show right there at the end, and he said, this is a good car, this is the best car I've had here, and this is one of my best chances to get a win today.
Seventh place.
See,
Bowman after Boyer.
You kind of go where they're not right now. And the 88 has found a little room up on that outside. And guys like Boyer that are hugging the bottom, he just sails around on the outside and goes right on. Now the question is, and Jeff knows, how long will this last? Is this top groove going to stay? Are you going to be able to make that kind of move all afternoon, or is it going to go away and you got to get back down on the bottom?
I think it's going to come back. I think as rubber gets laid down on this track and these drivers and teams get to adjust on their cars after this first run, as that rain washed all the rubber away from this racetrack, that bottom groove is going to come back to guys like Kevin Harvick and Clint Boyer.
Jamie McMurray started 13th. He's running 9th, Matt.
Certainly on the move, Mike. The one car much better today than it was in practice. They just could never find the handle on it. Near the end of final practice, they stumbled on it. Something amiss in the steering box. They changed it, but these are the very first laps on the racetrack, and you can see early on he's got more speed.
Coming back to Bowman now, who has fallen behind Harvick back to 8th after gaining 10 spots in the early going. Eric Almirola running within 1 spot of where he started as Stenhouse drifts back a bit from 6th, now 11th. Hamlin right there as well in the 11. How about Kyle Larson, Vince, who started 8th and has given up 6 spots?
Yeah, Mike really doesn't like the car the way it starts at this point. He said it's just way too tight. Not a problem, as you guys talked about. They've got a competition caution coming. Crew Chief Chad Johnston just telling Kyle, just take care of that right front for me.
And Vince, if I'm that team, I've got to be a little bit careful making any adjustments as we see a change of position. I think maybe Keselowski has an issue.
4th and 5th go sailing on by the number 2.
He has an issue. It's the number 4. He just went sailing by on the outside. I think that bottom is starting to wake up and come alive, and Harvick's down there and digging.
And what I was going to say, I think you just got to be really careful how hard you push these tires right now, but also how much you adjust on the car from this first run. It might be completely different in run 2.
Here comes Truex, who started 35th. He's up to 14th.
I knew he'd be coming to the front, but I didn't think he'd come that fast.
And headed for 12th.
I just didn't think they were worried. They showed no signs of being concerned about starting in the back. They've got an incredible setup for these 1.5 miles. Stick that in there and go race.
Jeff, to your point about being careful with your adjustments, yeah, it's a green racetrack, but remember, all of these drivers started the race on qualifying tires that were scuffed, except Martin Truex Jr. started on sticker tires because he never made a qualifying run, so they can kind of put more stock in their adjustments, I think, than the other drivers can.
That's a good point, Larry. They don't have all the heat cycles and as well as scuffed tires.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, give up. That's what we mean by give up. 1 lap will knock a half a second out of these tires. 2 laps, a second, and it gets up to about 3 seconds before it ends.
Ryan Newman has led all 13 laps so far. Kyle Busch a second back in second. Then Suarez, Harvick, and Kurt Busch together.
The Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official fan refreshment of NASCAR, and by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR.
New leader, pole sitter Kyle Busch. Motors around Ryan Newman, who led the first 18 laps. And Busch.
And here comes another lead change. Kevin Harvick, I'm so impressed how patient he was at the beginning of this race not to use up those tires, and now the speed is there.
He's just waiting to lay a little rubber down in that bottom groove, and it came alive, and he went right to it, and away he went.
Here's Kyle Busch talking about different grooves.
Yeah, Harvick's chewing everybody up on the bottom here now.
Seeing a little bit of color up top, 3 and 4, yeah?
Yeah, some guys are running it. They're not driving around anybody, but it's usable.
Putting rubber down in the top groove, too.
And we saw when Kyle Busch took the lead, he was yawed out with the back end sliding. That's using up the tires, and that's what Kevin Harvick doesn't do by using that yellow line and the hook in the bottom line.
Yeah, Kyle was wheeling that thing off turn 4.
So, Matt, it took Harvick 21 laps to get to the front.
Mike Harvick spotter Timmy Feeta was a former driver. In fact, he's won 4 times in the Xfinity Series. He's his spotter. He told me what's so impressive from his vantage point. He knows how hard it is to run here and to save your equipment, but Kevin makes it so easy. He said he just does that patented go slow to go fast and save those tires patiently.
Now also on the move, Martin Truex. It took Truex 15 laps to get to the top 10, and he's now up to 8th after rolling off 33rd. Let's go back to 24th and Bubba Wallace just ahead of Chase Elliott. Lots of not local but national interest in Chase Elliott, who's wearing his dad's number 9 this year. Jamie?
And he hails from Dawsonville, Georgia. Started about where he's running right now. He's having a brake shake issue. He's just not sure if the brakes are too cold. He said he's barely using them, and he turned the fans off. He also says he's just too tight. He's having to slide that back in. They're trying to get their arms around this new Camaro and what kind of changes they need, guys, but everybody's going past him.
Yeah, you know, Jamie, I thought it was interesting that Chase said we don't know where we're off, we're way off, and we don't know where we're missing it at. So maybe they still haven't figured that out.
And that brake shake, if you're not hard on the brakes and building a lot of heat up in those brakes, sometimes you can just get a little bit of pad built up because you're using them so lightly, and that's where that vibration comes in the brake pedal that Chase Elliott was talking about.
And it's annoying. It's probably not going to cause you a problem, but it just shakes the pedal and it annoys you.
Looking at 3rd place, and here's 7th place, Truex, moving past Keselowski.
And the thing that's impressed me so much about Truex is he has done this using that top groove that you see him in right now. Everybody else we've seen take off early in the race and push hard and use the top groove has really cost them time. All the Hendrick cars that really made up a lot of positions, they're all now losing those positions back.
Now we've talked about the fall off or the drop off in lap times. Leader Kevin Harvick is 2 seconds slower than his fastest lap. But 2nd and 3rd place, Kyle Busch and Ryan Newman, they are running right now 3 seconds slower than their fastest lap. The only person who's inside 2 seconds of their quickest lap right now, Truex in 7th.
And there's certainly a difference in the tires because Truex got a lot better tires. Not a lot better, but better tires than Harvick would have.
5 laps until the competition caution. It is NASCAR's custom when a race has rain the night before or the morning of to give a competition caution so teams can check tire wear and make adjustments. Looks like Kurt Busch and Ryan Newman going to battle all the way to that caution. But Larry, when it happens, this will be the first time, I believe, this year that the whole pit road is going to be involved in a 4-tire change.
No question. All lead lap drivers, and right now we have 33 will be on pit road. And as I said in the pre-race, this is one of those races, maybe unlike Daytona, you have to make adjustments to that car every single stop. In the perfect world, it's just air pressure where you don't slow the stop down.
Yeah, Harvick was telling us, he said, even if you have to put a round of wedge in, it knocks a second out of your stop. We learned a lot in our pre-race show. We talked about every driver in the field.
I was entertained. I think hearing those drivers in long-form conversation, that's great.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity to dive deeper into some subjects we've been wanting to talk to these drivers about. 00 of
Boy, that gun looks a lot different than the one they used last year. Oh my goodness.
Looking at the top 10, all 4 of the Stewart-Haas cars are in the top 10.
William Byron trying to stay on the lead lap as they come to this competition caution.
Well, these are different air guns, you know, as we're using this year. The Paleo guns are different than what these guys were using last year.
Slow roller on the apron out of turn 4. I believe that's Jeffrey Earnhardt, who had already gone 2 laps down. He'll make it to pit road without incident. There he is, fender flapping, and is had an issue with the right front down. Yes.
Shredded that right front tire.
I think that was a concern a lot of guys had with the green racetrack. 30 laps, pretty long run.
Lap 30 next time by, and as the field cycles through, NASCAR will issue the caution flag and they'll line them up and get ready for pit stops. Kevin Harvick, the leader, over Kyle Busch by 2.3 seconds. Coming to the line for 6th, Martin Truex, Clint Bowyer.
put it out.
And there we go. There's
Station yellow.
that is race director David Hoots. And Kevin Harvick had already slowed prior to the caution, in fact, so much that William Byron was able to get back on the lead lap before the caution waved and froze the field. Whoa, wow. That is off Jeffrey Earnhardt's right front.
We saw a lot of left rear tires yesterday. It seemed like they had a problem with the left rear tires. That was a right front, so I guess it depends on your setup.
Larry, yeah, I think it depends on balance, right? If you're tight and you're pushing on the right front, it's probably going to do the right front, and if it's loose, the right rear.
Balance is so important. That's exactly what we saw in Xfinity Series. There was one car that was tight, would not turn all day long, had issues with 4 right fronts. It's all about the balance of the race car, keeping it balanced.
Let's give a couple of attaboys before they come to pit road. Martin Truex rolled off 33rd. Truex is up to 6th place in that 30-lap run in his number 78. Ryan Blaney started 26th, and he is up to 12th place. Austin Dillon from 35th because of a gear change. He had to start in the last row to 14th. Those are the 3 biggest movers in that first green flag run.
I love Ryan Blaney. He's so much fun to talk to. Low-keyed. Kind of reminds me of a dial tone just a little bit.
Ryan Newman led the first 17 laps, gave way to Kyle Busch for 3 laps, then Kevin Harvick. All right, 4 tire changes. Here's Matt.
2 men are already allowed to be leaning on the wall. Eric Maycroft, the front changer, Daniel Smith, Carrier, Mike Morneau, Jackman, Stan Doolittle, and the fueler, Justin White. These 5 men were all together a year ago. Solid stop so far. Harvick says he needs help on entry and a little bit more help on drive-off, Jamie.
Kurt Busch tight rolling the center, a little free off. Younger brother Kyle Busch in the 18 has an issue. Said the things are not registering when he flips a switch in the car. They all looked at each other. They're not sure what the issue is right now. He wants a little more stability, better grip on the rear end. The 41 is the first out. The 18 drops the jack, guys.
Harvick 14.9, Kyle Busch 15 seconds. And there is your Sunoco race off pit road. Harvick, Busch, Newman, Busch, Truex, the fast 5 off pit road.
The Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 is sponsored by Jiffy Lube, proudly pouring Pennzoil Synthetics, and by McDonald's. Rediscover your love for the iconic Big Mac. And for a limited time, try the Mac Jr. or the Grand Big Mac.
34 laps complete after the competition caution. And you'll see the comparison lower left of your screen. Harvick a little quicker getting down pit road, and the crew 1/10 of a second faster than that of pole sitter Kyle Busch. Here's the anatomy of this pit stop. Watch the fancy footwork on the fueler. Now all he can do is fuel the car, but for safety reasons, they do allow him to help guide a tire back to pit wall like that. Very nice.
That's slick right there, boys.
And that's the new standard, 14.9 seconds for a 4-tire pit stop.
Well, and we saw the Jackman go up and assist the left front, tire changer with the carry and the placement of the tire. So a lot of things look different on pit stops this year.
In 1 week, they've already gotten better. And in about 3 or 4 weeks from now, it'll be like, well, they're down to 14 seconds.
Harrison Rhodes gets the free pass on the first caution of the day. Here they come to the Geico restart zone.
The 18 spun the tires.
Yeah, a lot of guys complain that outside line just will not go. The inside's been the way to go.
Daniel Suarez, that orange number 19, way to the outside. Here comes his teammate Hamlin with him.
Whoa.
Joey Logano.
Oh, that's tight.
And Harvick is doggone long gone on the first lap after this restart.
He's just freaky fast.
He's just trying to figure out how hard do I need to push these tires. I saw the advantage I had by starting the race and the pace slower than the rest of my competitors, and it worked out really good for him in 30 laps.
He just mined the gap. But I tell you, there's some cats back here that are hungry to get up there and fight him for the lead.
Kurt Busch outside Brad Keselowski. Larry, 47 laps to the end of stage 1. What happens next from a strategy view?
Well, I was just doing the math, Mike. We went back racing with 50 laps. You can obviously go that on fuel, but I'm not so sure they will not split it down the middle. And somewhere around lap 60, we'll see them start hitting pit road for 4 fresh tires. And once a driver comes, you almost cannot stay out there losing 3 seconds a lap.
All right, 38 laps complete. You saw Suarez way up on the outside on the restart. He settles in 11th. Let's go to his pit and Jamie.
Well, Kevin Harris, he carries the tires for the 19 for Daniel Suarez. A lot of pressure on these guys with the way you guys have changed it up. First stop of the day, how'd it go for you?
I don't think it was too bad. I mean, it's definitely different than it was in years past. You really have to have a smooth stop. If you don't want to elongate the stop, make it a long stop, you have to be as smooth as possible. I think we were okay there. There's some things we can fix, but we're going to get more opportunities.
Slow down to go faster, right, Mike?
Sometimes that works. This could be one of those days, right, Jamie? Harvick, Newman, Truex, Logano, Busch. 3 Fords, a Chevrolet, and a Toyota in the top 5.
You know, watching Harvick, and he isn't really riding that yellow line right now. Jeff, he's up kind of middle of the track right now.
Well, I think when the tires are newer and have more grip at the beginning of a run, I don't think you have to hook that yellow line. The magic to that yellow line, what Kevin Harvick does so well, is after about 10 or 15 laps, and then you come down, and that's where you can just start driving straight up off the corner.
I wonder if, he's got a couple guys behind him there. I wonder if he just run a little different line just to confuse them.
He doesn't want to show them anything. That's what it is.
Because he is not where he normally is, but it's working for him.
If you take the short way around and hook that yellow line, do the tires wear faster than if you're running the wider line up top?
Well, and I think towards the end of the run, no, it's easier because you drive the car straighter. But the discipline to do it when there's a lot of grip and the faster pace at the beginning, I think it could take a little bit more off those tires.
That right foot's what manages the tires. How you work that gas pedal.
Second place.
I got a feeling that little 78 car, he might want to get up there and say, Harvick, you better get back down there where you're really good at, because I'm coming.
How many times last year did we hear those words? Stage winner, MTJ.
He's working hard to get stage 1 win of the season right now.
Yeah.
And he, the car looks really awesome off the corner, but he looked a little loose getting into turn 1 particularly. A couple of teammates here fighting with each other.
Now, as we watch Chase Elliott, something that I think is unique about Chase is he raced with Kevin Harvick in the Xfinity Series as teammates at Junior Motorsports several years ago. He was a student of that data and watching and learning from Kevin Harvick and really asking him a lot of questions. And I saw him really pick up a lot of those techniques last year, and he was very successful here. He ran really good here. We're going to have to see if he can use some of that knowledge to get himself further towards the front.
Alex Bowman trying to cross under Ricky Stenhouse.
And Mike, when you see somebody try to do what Alex Bowman did and he isn't able to do it, it's because the car is just not sticking to the track like he'd like for it to. So he has to abort that kind of trying to make that kind of move.
Well, and one of the other tricky things about being on the bottom of the racetrack is when everybody else is on the bottom of the racetrack, there's the aerodynamic disadvantage, and that's what makes Harvick, so impressive is he can get out front and sort of control whether anybody else can make gains from behind.
There's the telemetry on Kyle Larson heading off into turn 3.
Well, the front straightaway here, as we all turn 4 down to turn 1, is the longest part of this racetrack, Mike. So got a big swooping front straightaway here, which increases the length of the front straightaway.
And if you look in the lower left corner of your screen, the yellow dot is Larson and the white dot is your race leader, currently Kevin Harvick.
And I can currently tell that Larson he's not happy because he's a guy that likes to be up top right next to the wall. When he's at his best, that's when he's making up time and running fast lap times. And we just saw Clint Bowyer go blowing by him on the outside, and he was right nailed to that yellow line. So I'm pretty sure they're going to have to make some big adjustments to get Kyle Larson happy where he can get to the front.
Yeah, Mike, the front straightaway is 2,332 feet, and the back is 1,800 feet. So a good bit of difference in the straightaways.
Joey Logano restarted 7th, currently fighting to hold on to 4th place against Kurt Busch. A couple of Fords battling here. 47 laps complete in Atlanta.
Grab a nice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
52 laps complete at Atlanta. Kids cheering on their favorites. 52 laps of 85 laps in stage 1. There will be a tire stop somewhere between now and the end of this stage as the Busch brothers change spots. Kyle drifted back to 6th after restarting 3rd and has now gained back 2 of those positions.
Yeah, well, he saw what Kevin Harvick did. You know, he took the lead from Ryan Newman earlier in this race, and then Harvick took it 2 laps later. And I think they probably told him, hey, Harvick was really easy and slower lap times and easier on his tires at the beginning, so try not to use up those tires too early.
Ryan Newman brings the fight back to Kyle.
Newman's hanging in there doing a nice job. Got a pretty good car. He was seemed to be pretty excited this morning when we talked to him about today's race.
Yeah, he talked about how much he really likes this racetrack.
Narrowly missed breaking the tie that he has with Buddy Baker for most career poles at Atlanta. 7 apiece, and Newman was on the pole until Kyle Busch made the last run of the day and took it away. So Newman got his 12th front row start at Atlanta, 7 poles and 5 outside poles.
Those Camaros, they're wicked looking. The way those headlights sit back in there, they look like eyeballs watching you.
Boy, it just looks like Kurt Busch can take his car anywhere he wants. Just a lap ago, I saw him working the top groove, making up time. That time he's right on the yellow line.
Yep. Harrison Rhodes in the 51 this week. Stays to the high side, goes a lap down.
Pretty impressed with all the Stewart Haas cars.
Yes.
They're all in the top 10.
Yes, sir. I mean, they're all in the top 10, including Boyer. I mean, that's an incredible.
I knew that was going to cost him, wasn't it? By coming into the hotel with us.
One of my
hard time.
Look, he's one of my favorite people, and he picks on me, and so when I get a chance, I got to pick on him.
And Eric Almirola, I think all America gained a new great respect for Eric Almirola with his comments after the Daytona 500 that he came within 2 corners of winning 1 week ago, Vince.
Well, and Eric said he was probably the person most looking forward to Atlanta, just so everyone would stop talking about Daytona. But the way his race car is handling, I can understand why he wants to be here. You guys noted those 4 Stewart Haas vehicles, all in the top 10. He needed some front turn on that first run, a little more rear grip. Said it was just a little too tight. They made an air pressure adjustment. Crew chief is John Klossmeyer. He was the engineer on the 41 a year ago. It seems like a nice pairing, and Eric's been pretty pleased so far.
A happy driver is a successful driver.
I see that pairing winning this year.
Well,
Me too.
And that's something that's good to point out, that this is actually the team from the 41 car, except for the pit crew, that Kurt Busch drove for. Actually, the whole Billy Scott and that 10 team that were with Danica Patrick moved over to the 41 this year.
Matt?
And Mike, under the caution conversation back and forth between Mike Bugaravich and Clint Boyer. Boyer's like, the tires are wore out. I think we need to make some adjustments. And Bugaravich, calm and composed, said, let's just make an air pressure change, see how we do the next run. The car taking off once again on the way to the front, Jamie.
And Kurt Busch working with new crew chief Billy Scott, just their second race together. It's been a solid weekend for them. Billy Scott told me that after practice yesterday, they were so happy they didn't even touch it this morning, made no adjustments. So far, Kurt's saying he's just a little tight rolling the center. They didn't make any changes on that one and only stop.
Well, they're about to pry open the window for this pit stop for tires. Here's Brad Keselowski's team.
Really nice lap there when you moved up. Run a 15, catching a 34 flat. You run a 33.15. We're trying to take care of my tires for a 50 lap run here. So I need to know how many laps I have on so I know when to go hard. 10-4.
Well, guys, we are halfway through that run from when we went back racing at lap 35. We're at lap 60. It's 25 to go until the end of stage 1 at lap 85. I have to believe some of these teams are considering splitting this segment in half, which we would be there right now.
#12 place, Denny Hamlin on the inside, racing Paul Menard.
Boy, talk about executing that yellow line. I thought that Denny Hamlin he hit it perfect right there. Both the left front and the left rear painting that yellow line.
Man, he almost crowded right up in front of the 21 car, though. That was really close.
Now, these two are about 13 seconds behind the leaders.
Look at this 10 car. He's going somewhere, guys.
Going after Joey Logano.
We heard Larry talk about splitting this segment up. It just would make me so nervous. As difficult as this pit road is to get to under green, all the penalties we saw on pit road and speeding last year, and the pit stops themselves, and so many things that could go wrong. Boy, that would make me nervous to come in here under green.
But what's the danger in being the first one to stop?
Well, of having some kind of a problem that gets you a lap or more down. Once you get back out there, as long as the caution doesn't come out, you're in great shape. You've got all the speed and all the grip to get you to the end of this.
And that's a bit of the gamble, Mike, is if the caution falls when you make that move.
So here's Kevin Harvick, 3.3 seconds in the lead over Martin Truex. How about 7-time champion Jimmie Johnson back in 21st right now, 24 seconds back of the lead. Matt?
Mike, the first run, the 48 car was just too free. No side bite for Jimmie Johnson. They adjusted with air pressure. A lot of conversation between Chad, spotter Earl Barbin, and Jimmie, to the point where Chad at one point a few moments ago said Harvick is getting off the throttle at the end of the quarter-mile track. He's just playing with us.
You know, guys, as far as staying out, if everybody stays out, we know we can make it on fuel. My biggest concern, and I heard the concern in the garage area, the rubber back down on the racetrack, can these tires go 50 laps if your car's not balanced and wear the right front or the right rear out?
Well, we may find out if everybody stays out. Well, 20 to go in stage 1. We're going to keep it right here for you, so in case there are pit stops during this break, you won't miss them. 15 laps to go in stage 1 and no takers on pit road for tires so far. Kevin Harvick is the talk of the town. He is 4.7 seconds ahead of the field. We're going to hear from the spotters for Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, and Jimmy Johnson about Harvick.
Yeah, I mean, Harvick's not even driving. He lifts. As soon as he passes the quarter-mile track, he lifts. It's ridiculous. He's just playing with traffic. Harvick is lifting. Went to stall past turn 1 of the quarter-mile. The 4 seems to be getting out of the gas at the end of the pit road.
Everybody's talking about going Harvicking. Now, the quarter mile is here in the quad oval at Atlanta. The pit road is its back stretch. There is the front stretch, and there is turn 1 of the quarter mile. So they're saying just past there is where Kevin Harvick is getting out of the gas.
Well, and even the spotters are confused on what Kevin Harvick is doing, because what we heard Earl Barber say at the end of pit road, which is probably another 100 feet further.
Yeah.
So,
I think
but he's in their head. That's the thing.
But I think the big thing is, forget about where he's letting off. Where's he getting back onto that? I think that's the key.
Yeah, and let's watch this telemetry of what Kevin Harvick does so well. So there's Green. He's full throttle down the straightaway. Look how, oh man, he is at the quarter mile.
You seem shocked by that.
Jeff said there's no way he can be doing that.
But here's the key, it's zero brake. So he may be lifting, but he's not really slowing the car down. He's just letting it roll in there. And look at how little throttle. Gosh, that's getting out of it so early. But watch how little throttle he uses through the center. Just barely, that's quarter throttle. Now half throttle. Now he doesn't get full throttle till he's all the way on the straightaway.
But now listen to this. There's a quarter mile, and he lets off.
Unbelievable.
He's ghosted.
Unbelievable how early he's getting out of it.
Clint Boyer's caught Martin Truex for second place. Michael?
You know, you talk about Kevin Harvick, and you're right, Mike Joy. Harvicking is trending. That's all the news is. But think about the strength of the Stewart-Haas cars. 4 of them in the top 7, all 4 of them. I think that's the effect that Kevin Harvick's had on the organization. He shared that information with these drivers. They've watched his telemetry, his data, and they picked up on it. This could be a huge day for this organization, and it's all because of one guy, Kevin Harvick's style here at Atlanta.
Oh, good point. Kurt Busch in 6th. Bubba Wallace 1 lap down. There's Almirola.
And one of the things I find interesting, and this goes back to what Mike was talking about, how good their race cars are. Yeah, Kevin's sharing information with his driving style, but they're all driving the middle of the track, up high. They're not on the yellow line. We did see Eric Almirola is trying to execute that. But let's watch Clint Boyer as he goes down into turn 1. Last time by, he actually ran the high line. There he goes again, just straddling that top seam. That tells me that they've got a good race car.
Tires may be giving up now, Jeff. We're getting near the window here.
Joey Logano, maybe not so much. He restarted 7th. He's now drifted back a little bit. 9th place, Jamie.
And he was making a move forward, but then he had a slight issue. He thought he had a right front maybe going down, and then he settled in for a lap and said, well, it feels like maybe it's a brake problem. My brakes are vibrating. So similar to what we heard Chase Elliott say earlier, the crew jumped up on the wall, but they said, let's hang on. Let's try to wait 8 more laps to go to the stage break.
You know, we've been taking a look at that 22 car on our Hawkeye system, and it looks like to me a lot like we saw with him yesterday in Xfinity Series race. He's already completely rubbed off the left front part of that splitter, right on the left side all the way at the bottom. A lot of that is already kind of torn up right there where he's been getting down on the apron.
And that's the negative to running down on that yellow line and actually on the apron, right, Larry? I mean, they're going so far below that yellow line that they're getting the corner, that left front corner, and that's going to take some front downforce away from the car. And then you say, well, how does Kevin Harvick do it? It does seem to me like they run the left front a little bit higher so that it does clearance more through the corners.
Yeah, it doesn't look tore up a lot, but a little bit's a lot of front downforce right there.
And Larry, I think it was Michael or somebody, maybe it was you, Jeff, that said when you follow that yellow line, it's actually not on the apron. It's still on the racetrack. You got to get below it to really get down on the apron. So it looks like it's the bottom of the racetrack to us. There's still a little room down there for the car to run those left side tires on.
6 laps to go in stage 1 as Paul Menard takes 12th spot from Ryan Newman. Here's Larry with today's Driving Trust presented by Midas.
Mike, we're going to take a look at Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childress in that Stewart-Haas Racing number 14. This is their 5th season together. They have won a total of 15 races. They've made the championship 3 out of the last 4 years, and of course they won that 2014 Cup Championship. That was their first year together. And you know what, Mike? Rodney Childress was the 2015 Bernsey Award winner in honor of our good friend Steve Burns.
That's right. Former late model racer and just all-around great guy. One of the sharpest minds on pit road. Well, Ryan Newman started outside pole.
Right front tire.
He nailed the wall up in the middle of 3 and 4.
Something. It doesn't look like the tire's down. Maybe something else.
I know he hit the wall hard.
Jamie, I think he ran out of racetrack.
That's exactly right. And Ryan Newman, the only thing he said about the race car is it was just too tight. Maybe it built too much and he got into that wall. It has been a great race car all weekend for Ryan Newman. The window is open though. You see the wrench in the rear. They make a wedge adjustment and a 4-tire stop. Luke Lambert making the calls, telling him this is where this new pit crew, 5 members, different members are making the changes, making the adjustments to the race car. He's trying to talk them through it and keep them calm is the key.
I believe they've lost that that right side cowl flap when Newman hit the wall.
It looked to me like he wore the tread right off the inside of that right front tire.
Yeah, he just went straight in, pretty much straight into the wall. He got a little run up the hill and it went straight into the wall.
Kevin Harvick just put the 20th place car, Jamie McMurray, 1 lap down as we come to the end of stage 1. Martin Truex, 19 stage wins last year. He won't get the first one today. That'll go to Kevin Harvick, up 5 seconds. And here's Jimmy Johnson going a lap down to Harvick. 2 laps to go. Pit road is closed.
There's just nothing Jimmy can do. I mean, the tires are completely shot at this point in the stage.
Kyle Busch trying to take 5th from Eric Almirola.
Hey guys, back to Ryan Newman's 31 car and that hood flap or that cowl flap on the right side. NASCAR has a sheet that gives you the mandatory body parts that has to be on that race car at 1.5 mile track, which we're at. The cowl flap or hood flap is one of them.
Thanks, Larry.
Who was it, Larry, at Daytona said we would go back out, but we don't have a door?
Harvick.
And they said, why not? He said, well, it's down in turn 4.
Final lap of stage 1.
Boy, Eric Jones fighting, battling to stay on the lead lap.
Ooh.
I don't think he did.
Don't think he made it.
And that's going to affect Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson was going to be the free pass car.
6.5 seconds. Harvick's lead over Clint Boyer. Brad Keselowski another 3 back. Then Truex. 2 more to Almirola and Kyle Busch. First stage win of 2018 for Kevin Harvick, who won 6 stages last year, including both of them here.
Chevy, the most awarded and fastest growing brand the last 4 years overall.
Stage 1 ends with a photo finish as Kevin Harvick crosses the line inches behind Erik Jones. So Jones stays on the lead lap as the first 10 positions frozen at the line. So here comes Harvick, there is Jones, there is the difference. Wow. And that's important not only to Erik Jones but to Jimmie Johnson. It means Johnson will get the free pass. Let's go down to Vince Welch at the eBay Motors pit box.
Well, Mike, as we get ready for these pit stops, keep this in mind in regards to the athleticism of the crew members we're about to see go over the wall. A fuel can full of gas, 96 pounds. The tire, about 65 pounds that they're going to take around to the right side of the car. The jack itself, 25 pounds. Some of these guys are going to be taking on dual roles, maybe carrying the jack and a tire at the same time. The athleticism and the choreography and the fact you can't make a mistake or it's going to cost your team, critical at this point as they get ready for pit stops.
Great degree of athleticism required down there on pit road. 96 pounds, Darrell.
Yeah, I think ours weighed about 120, actually.
Come on. All right, Kevin Harvick gets a stage win. That includes 10 points plus a playoff point that carries all the way to Homestead.
I have to say this for the pit stops. They asked Henry one time, did you get it full? He said, no, I just got 2 cans in it.
Henry Benfield.
Yeah,
yep.
Henry Benfield, the
Johnson's
gas
man. Here they come to pit road, Matt.
Kevin Harvick showing patience on the racetrack. His pit crew disciplined during that first stop. Shades of a year ago. Kevin Harvick, the stage winner 2017 for number 1. Same again this year. They go to work. No changes on the 4. In the middle screen, his teammate Clint Bowyer. He said, like everyone else, the tires go away, but no changes on the 14. Solid stop as well. Jamie?
Martin Truex Jr. in the 78. 3 of the 5 over-the-wall members new this year, working together for the second time this year. He's saying the car is decent, but he can't do what Kevin Harvick's doing. Can't run that line because he's loose and tight. He's having to be too careful with it. As you watch the pit stops climb, Clint Bowyer 16.3, Harvick 18, Martin Truex 14.9, Mike.
Wow, 3 wide coming off pit road. Keselowski, Bowyer, Truex. Almirola, Kyle Busch, and Kurt Busch all gaining positions. Big loss for Harvick, 5 positions on pit road. There's the race off.
What do you say we dial up our stage 1 winner? Hey, Kevin, this is Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
10-4.
Well, man, you're getting sick and tired of talking to us. You are putting on a clinic out there. I mean, I know you didn't have a great pit stop, but I mean, everybody is on the radio talking about what you're doing, how you're executing, backing up the entry. It is unbelievable to watch, but what are some of your challenges you're going to have?
Give me 1 second here, Jeff. We got a little bit of an issue. Go ahead, Rodney.
They're talking about having an air hose break on the pit stop, so we'll check in with Kevin a little later. Brad Keselowski, the new leader. Kevin Harvick, stage 1 winner.
The Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 is sponsored by the Ford Hall of Fans. Are you the world's greatest NASCAR fan? Here's your chance to prove it. Go to NASCAR.com/Ford.
91 laps complete. We thank Kevin Harvick for talking to us in the midst of a crisis. NASCAR issues the air guns, air regulators, and air hoses to all the teams. And on that stop, Matt, something went wrong.
The front changer, Eric Maycroft, started to have issues with the switch on the right side. He was trying to nurse it to get through the stop. When he came over to the left side, then the coupler blew out and lost the gun entirely. He tried to hit the lugs. That's why they brought him back, just as a safety precaution to make sure that they got all the lugs. Issues, though, with this new lease gun for Harvick's team on pit road.
The idea was that all the teams would use the same gun, same regulators and hoses, and prevent the escalating and expensive war of air gun and speeds and torque on pit road. And so this too is coming under a full test today with all these 4 tire changes that we did not see at Daytona.
Yeah, just the size of the gun alone is quite a bit bigger than what they were using. That takes some adjusting, too.
Fox Sports and Coca-Cola bringing a unique angle to our coverage today with the Coca-Cola Racing Family Track Pass. Through the Fox Sports Go app, you can follow along with your favorite Coke drivers with views of their in-car cameras, as well as their track positions and speed. That's on the Fox Sports Go app.
Well, how about that? Now we get to watch him drive up through the field. I mean, I hate that happened to those guys, but I got to say, for the rest of the field, they're a little relieved right now. They might have a shot at this thing.
Kevin Harvick will restart 19th. He'll be the last car on the lead lap. Keselowski and Bowyer on the front row, and we're back under green.
Yeah, all 3 Stewart-Haas cars on the outside. Our champ, second. Keselowski, who had a good car. Jeff and I were looking at his data.
Kurt Busch up the outside in that black 41.
These restarts are so wild here. 3 wide as we see Almirola go the inside of Larson. And now look how the 41 of Kurt Busch goes from the outside lane to the inside lane to pass his brother.
You can do that when you got new tires. You got a little movability, get the car handling good. You got a little movability.
Yeah, we talk about how abrasive this track is. It has a lot of grip for about a lap and a half or 2 laps, and then the grip just starts going away immediately.
I've often heard you say, Darrell, when you're on new tires, you're Superman.
Oh, yeah. For Mr. Feelgoods.
But for how long? That's the question. Kyle Busch restarted 4th. He's in 6th, Jamie.
Well, at the start of this race, just a few laps in, Kyle had mentioned something's going on in here. I have an issue. Well, we were just told it was a track bar mount. He flipped the switch and it didn't read anything. So at some point, Mike, before the last stage of this race, he needs to come in. They'll have to drop the window net and fix the connection to the track bar mount. So keep an eye on that, as it will certainly cost him some positions.
Wow.
Yeah, the guys use that quite a bit during the run. As the car changes, you adjust the car with the track bar adjuster. If that's not working, that could cause him a problem later on.
Yeah, guys, it's a driver adjustable track bar. He has a switch on the steering wheel, and it appears to me that motor that runs it up and down, or something to do with a switch, he can no longer adjust it. That is a huge tool for a driver at this racetrack.
Yeah, and as DW was saying, you'll run it one direction to start the run, and you'll just keep working it the other direction as the fuel burns off.
Wow, Eric Almirola was doing everything he could to hold Denny Hamlin down at the bottom of the racetrack, but just couldn't complete the pass. Now Joey Logano right with him.
And that's the toughest thing, to have that kind of discipline as a driver. You know you have a really good race car, but cars start going by you left and right on these restarts, as we see the 41 of Kurt Busch continuing to march his way to the front. But it's so frustrating, so hard to hold yourself back. But you know if you push too hard, that it's just going to cost you lap times at the end of these runs, or a potential problem with the tire.
Brad Keselowski and Kurt Busch both just ran their personal fastest laps of this race.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Somebody that's definitely not holding back, and that's Kurt Busch.
I don't know, but I think the 41 might be getting ready to run his fastest lap of the race because it looks like he's searching for the lead right here. That 41 car is pretty awesome right now.
And as we were talking, DW and I were looking during our break, Brad Keselowski was making probably the second fastest laps towards the end of that last run to Kevin Harvick. So they've made some good adjustments, and he's going to be really strong on these longer runs.
Joey Logano around the outside of Almirola. That's for 8th place, Vince.
Well, just as you guys were talking about in regards to Almirola, he said, I'm going to do my best to try not to freak out here. You know, and it is difficult to stay patient and preserve those tires. And he said, I know it's going to be hard. I know I've got to preserve the tires over the course of the run, but it's so difficult to do in the cockpit when you see others that are being more aggressive.
For the lead, Kurt Busch around the outside of Brad Keselowski.
That was a gimme.
Yeah, I mean that's Keselowski. He's knowing that, you know, if you push me too hard right now, I'm better off to be patient with this. Give up that one position so I can gain it later.
Meanwhile, Kevin Harvick, after that pit stop, restarted 19th. He's gained 5 positions.
NASCAR on Fox continues live from Atlanta Motor Speedway, and Kurt Busch, your leader, 3-time winner here. Time for an Outback race break. Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, and a quick check on the highlights in just a moment. 2 Fords ahead of Truex right now at the moment.
And there's another Ford coming. Kevin Harvick is working his way through the pack. That rain was torrential early. Changed this track, Chris.
And after a 2.5-hour rain delay from the original start, tires are always an issue in how drivers handle them. Came into play in stage 1.
Yeah, and we knew it would. The tire wear always gets better, and the best way to take care of your tires is be gentle on them. Ease into the corner, and no one's better than that.
Harvick 67 laps, but at the end of the stage, a slow pit stop, winning stage 1. Team had a problem with the pit gun. They asked for another one, came back to pit road, made sure the lug nuts were on right and tight.
And this is just a temporary setback for this team. When you've got a car like that, he can charge back through the field. And we saw earlier Kevin Harvick letting off really early going into the corners. I've noticed him now when he's charging through the field, he's able to be more aggressive. That's a good sign for later, Chris, when he needs to attack late in the going. If there's a late caution, this car not only has long run speed, but also short run.
And on the 31 car, they're changing that flap.
Yeah, he hit the wall, the flap busted off. Early in the race, this car was strong, but it didn't have long run speed, Chris. The longer the race went on, that car faded.
And back to Kevin Harvick as Kurt Busch is the leader, is Stewart-Haas teammate. Harvick passing Bill Elliott all-time in laps led at Atlanta, moving into 7th on the all-time list. Jeff Gordon leads all at that point. And we'll watch Harvick in that climb back, because from here in the Hollywood Hotel, the reminder to claim your free Bloomin' Onion on Mondays after Kevin Harvick places in the top 10. Whether he wins in Atlanta or not, we know he's always a threat. Let's head back upstairs to Jeff, Darrell, and Mike.
Thanks, Chris. Harvick's already back into the top 10. He's in 8th place right now, running 6.8 seconds behind the race leader, his Stewart-Haas teammate Kurt Busch. Busch with 3 victories here, the last one in 2010. 1 for Jack Roush in a Ford, and 2 for Roger Penske.
He finished 7th here last year, so he always runs good here at Atlanta, has the last couple of years.
From Busch, let's go back 1.4 seconds to Brad Keselowski.
And we said earlier, Jeff and I were looking at his telemetry on what we got over here, and he had a really good car at the end of the long run there earlier.
2.2 seconds off the lead, the king of the mile-and-a-half tracks last year and the series champion, MTJ, Martin Truex Jr.
And we saw he really wore the tires out at the end of that last run. I'm just wondering if he didn't learn something from the beginning of the race and how slow that pace was at the beginning of the run, and then he drove to the front.
Kyle Larson has been on everybody's favorite list this week, Vince.
Yeah, and you saw Larson there on the bottom. You know, he's known more as a rim rider, somebody that's going to make his hay up top, but they said they ran second to Kevin Harvick last year, and Harvick was a bottom feeder, so they were going to try to be real disciplined today and stay on that yellow line. Right now, Larson says the car's a little too loose for his liking, but he's been able to move his way up inside the top 5.
A little more than half a second behind him comes Kyle Busch, our pole sitter.
And definitely somebody not going to the bottom on that yellow line. He's been up top all race long and making it work pretty well.
Yeah, Harvick told us that this 18 car was really good around the top, and he has stuck to it.
Busch's teammate Denny Hamlin running in 6th, 4.5 seconds back. And now in 7th place after restarting 19th comes Kevin Harvick. Matt?
Mike, to put a period on the issues with the pit equipment here in the Ford pit, the team changed out the nitrogen bottle because of the loss of nitrogen when the hose broke. They really weren't quite sure how much had escaped, so safety precaution, they swapped that out. And also they took the camera off of the helmet of Eric Maycroft, the tire changer. Cheddar Bob Smith, the car chief, and the engineer Billy Keebler looked at it just to double check he'd gotten the lugs. They weren't 100% sure. Better safe than sorry. That's why they brought him back.
Thanks, Matt. Let's pick up that top 10 behind Harvick. Clint Bowyer, about 1.5 seconds back of Harvick. Another of his teammates. In fact, all the Stewart-Haas cars in the top 10. Joey Logano for Team Penske in 9th. 8 seconds off the lead. And Eric Almirola rounds out the top 10.
A lot of blue ovals in that top 10.
30 complete in stage 2, which will end at lap 170. in Atlanta. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Goodyear, more driven. Rain this morning, a late start, but here we are, 119 laps in. Kurt Busch is your leader. Brad Keselowski, Martin Truex, and Kevin Harvick, who restarted last car on the lead lap, now up to 4th.
You see that 2 car, Brad Keselowski just creeping into our picture to get up there with the 41 of Kurt Busch, and of course this guy. I mean, my goodness, how good is that 4 car, Kevin Harvick?
Let's listen in on Martin Truex and company.
I could have passed up guys at the beginning if I wanted to. Check for it. It's like taking care of it's not doing anything. I don't feel like I should have just went and got clean air. Yeah, we talked about that here. I think I remember that from before.
So Truex to 4th now, 2.5 seconds back. Kasey Kahne, unscheduled pit stop as Brad Keselowski draws in on Kurt Busch.
Mike, I think you got to use it. You just can't abuse it. I mean, if you take it easy on the tires, you're not going to be able to get up there and lead the race. So I think you got to get up there and give it a bit of a go, but don't abuse the tires. I think, Mike, I've been like Kevin Hart. I've been here when I in the league of my own, and then I've been so lost here sometime that Google couldn't even find me. You know, you've been here like
I
that.
absolutely have experienced the same thing. Look at these 2 battling it out. High line, Kurt Busch. Look at that momentum off the top. That's why you want to run the top. It gives you all that momentum down the straightaway. It's a bigger lane. Oh, look at this, how the 41 of Kurt Busch moves down in front of the 2 of Keselowski to block that bottom lane.
Lap car ahead, and look who's coming. We're going to go Harvicking here in a minute. That's Kasey Kahne passing Harvick because Kahne has brand new tires.
Yeah.
And look at how much faster he is for a couple of laps. He's trying to get one of his laps back right now.
It's like he's turbocharged. He's just driving right on past. Look at that.
Kasey Kahne's telemetry, new tires. He was 3 down, now 2 laps down. Harvick going for 2nd against Brad K.
I think they just see Harvick come, they just give up. Go on. I know you're going to pass me, just go on.
For the lead, side by side, 3 wide for the lead.
Oh, now.
Wow.
Really high inside.
Cole whipped
3 wide top.
in the 72.
3 wide top.
That's when you say hold your line, hold your line.
And you can see that because Harvick has gotten to the inside of the 2 of Keselowski, it's forced him to run this higher line. That's going to allow Harvick to go right on by.
Or Cole Whitt. What do you do when you look in your mirror and they're 3 wide for the lead right behind you?
Hold your line, hold your line.
And right now the 41 of Kurt Busch is saying, didn't he start at the back?
Yeah. Now Kyle Larson has come to pit road. Vince?
Well, at times they have fought tight, but right now it is just crazy loose for Kyle Larson. He had made his way up to 4th, but then lost a couple of spots. They weren't going to wait any longer. They brought Larson in. It's a chassis adjustment for Larson and 4 tires for the 42.
Martin Truex Jr. coming as well. And soon we'll see all the leaders in because new tires are 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than worn ones. Joey Logano in, Ricky Stenhouse. Here's Jamie.
Martin Truex Jr., his team has been on it today going over the wall. He's been loose and tight, just can't exactly get a handle on it as they work the right side of the race car. They'll make some adjustments. Vince?
And the 12 of Ryan Blaney said it's just been too tight in the middle and he needs help on entry. He comes from the 15th position on that pit stop. 4 tires and air pressure for the 12, and there's his teammate, the 22.
Denny Hamlin in as well. Matt.
A water bottle and a clean windshield, a tear off the 11 for Denny Hamlin, coming around to the left side. Each stop today, he says the car has just gotten more free and more free. Air pressure change, each stop, nice move there.
Almirola, Suarez, Dillon, Menard in, and here comes Harvick as the leader. Jimmy Johnson in as well. Brad Keselowski follows Harvick in. So does Kurt Busch and everybody. Matt.
Eric Maycroft carried his tire over to the right front. You can see the light is on his camera. He comes around the left side. Solid stop by these guys trying to recover. Meanwhile, the two of Brad Keselowski's in. His car much looser. Jamie.
And Kurt Busch led 25 laps. Early car has been pretty solid. A 4-tire stop for the 41.
Chase Elliott, Eric Jones in, and more as Kyle Busch picks up the lead. But now Kyle's lap times right now are 2.9 seconds slower than at the start of this run.
Yeah, he's going to take the lead for a very short period of time.
There's not a lot to be gained right now by staying out. You're just going to lose a lot of time.
Vince?
The 43 of Bubba Wallace, he'd been a lap down. The car's just been too tight. They've been fighting it all day long. They took a spring rubber out on that last stop, but lost some track position. Just haven't been able to find the balance right now. 4-tire change and a chassis adjustment for the 43 of Bubba Wallace.
Kyle Busch lapping David Reagan, who's making his 400th start in the Cup Series today. The Georgia driver.
And we had seen where Kyle Larson was one of the first cars on pit road with 4 fresh tires, and he had a lot of grip and speed when he first got out there, but this is just after a few laps. You already saw Harvick and Keselowski go right by him.
The good news for Kyle Busch, he's got a lap on the field. The bad news, they're flying.
Well, if the caution were to come out, in these first 4 or 5 laps, it looks like he's coming now. It actually would have benefited him because they may have all needed to come in also.
Looked a little hot.
Such a tough pit road to get to.
He's one of the best, though, when it comes to getting on pit road. I've seen him do it a lot.
So Kyle Busch is still the leader. Harvick midway down the backstretch. We'll see when they come out. Jamie.
Kyle Busch has not been able to use his track bar adjuster in the car. There's been a problem with the connection. They're going to need to fix it before the end of the race. They filled him up with fuel, a 4-tire stop, and no adjustments for the 18.
Showing a little smoke there at the right front, as Harvick did when he made his stop. And I believe staying out is going to be costly for Kyle Busch. Those extra laps he ran on worn tires are going to put him well back. Kevin Harvick is the new leader. Keselowski, Larson, Kurt Busch, and Truex. 131 complete. laps complete. Kevin Harvick is our leader. He is 9/10 of a second ahead of Brad Keselowski after green flag pit stops for 4 tires. There you see the rundown. We'll look back through with there's Brad in second, 1 second back. Kurt Busch 2.7 seconds off the lead in third. Kyle Larson was one of the first to stop he was the first to stop under this sequence, 4 seconds back. And Martin Truex Jr., who started at the back today, 5.6 off the lead. Denny Hamlin 7 seconds back of the leader. And then a good battle for 7th. Clint Bowyer and Kyle Busch. Now Kyle Busch taking 7th from Bowyer is 11.4 seconds back. Prior to pit stops, he was in 6th. He was 4.3 seconds back of the leader. So running those extra laps before making his stop cost him about 7 seconds total.
And the only thing I can guess is that they stayed out a little bit longer. We know sets of tires could be a limiting factor here today in this race, so I'm trying to manage that. But also, if the caution had come out, and even though those others had just come to pit road, if you put 1, 2, 3 laps on your tires, you're going to be giving up a lot if that caution were to come out, and you're probably going to have to come back down pit road.
So Clint Bowyer 8th, Joey Logano 9th, and Eric Almirola in the top 10 still.
So Larry, is this Suarez doing a great job today? Is this a point where you start running the race a little bit backwards? Maybe you want to stay out and get an extra lap or 2 of fuel, gas, tires, whatever?
Yeah, I just think staying out this early in the race, even a lap or 2, you just lose so much ground.
Ricky Stenhouse 12th, Austin Dillon 13th. He is 22 seconds back, half a second up on Chase Elliott. And then Ryan Blaney. Blaney overcoming a penalty on the end of stage 1 pit stops where his crew was over the wall too soon. There were also penalties on Eric Jones and Alex Bowman on that caution flag stop. Paul Menard in 16th. And then you'll see Jones and Bowman, who had similar penalties. Jones ran over an air hose, and Alex Bowman was too fast entering pit road back at the end of stage 1. Jamie Mack 1 lap down. Jimmy Johnson is the last car on the lead lap, 32.5 seconds back. 19 lead lap cars at lap 142. Let's go to Larry for a closer look at setups today with a Ford Performance car.
You know, Mike, we talk about the compound of tires and the grip of tires, and Goodyear would love to give the drivers as much grip as possible, but they also know they do things with camber, with setup, that really works on this inside shoulder of the right side tire. So what they have done here at Atlanta, they run a multi-zone right side tire. That inside 2 inches, the red right there, that's a harder compound. That's where the tire takes abuse. And then this outer 10 inches, it's a little softer compound. That's where they get the real grip from. And honestly, I was talking to Greg Stucker, engineer with Goodyear, and he said this comes from pasture car technology on an all-season, all-weather tire, just kind of done in a little different fashion.
Camber makes the car cut. So you want to put as much camber as you can, but we were having trouble with the inside of tires when they do that, blowing the tire out. But Goodyear came up with this multi-zone tire, and it's really been a real lifesaver for everybody.
Sure has. Now Jimmy Johnson has gone 1 lap down to the race leader, and you saw William Byron there in the picture in the 24, now 2 laps down, as second place Brad Keselowski tries to get past the 2 Hendrick cars. Wow. There's the running order for Team Hendrick, and Chad Knaus, we were talking in our meeting this morning, our Fox meeting, reminded our pit reporters that this car, this Camaro, is an infant. It's only in its 2nd race in the Cup Series. The teams are still learning about this body and about the aerodynamics and what this car wants.
Yeah, and there's always exceptions, and I think that would be Kyle Larson. He's got his Chevrolet up there in the top 5, but he runs pretty good here, no matter what car he's in.
Kevin Harvick out front by 2 seconds. A brand new Xfinity store opened in Atlanta this week. Race fans found how they could experience X1 and Xfinity can change the NASCAR. Xfinity race, the Renai 250 here at Atlanta, was won by Kevin Harvick in a thoroughly dominating send-them-all-to-school performance. And he's putting one on here. Harvick has led 89 laps of the 151 and currently leads Brad Keselowski by 2.6 seconds. Keselowski second, Kurt Busch in third. And the first Chevrolet in the race is Kyle Larson in fourth place, 8 seconds off the lead. That's the all-new Camaro ZL1. Five-time Atlanta winner Jeff Gordon took the street version for a twirl around the mile-and-a-half here.
All right, Atlanta Motor Speedway this weekend. What a track this is. This is an amazing mile-and-a-half racetrack. It's wide, it's fast. Coming down the front straightaway here, double dogleg, which makes this track pretty unique. And you're gonna see some guys really paint this yellow line. Same thing down to turns 3 and 4. Really difficult skill set that it takes to get that yellow line and hit it consistently every lap. One of the most difficult pit roads to get to on the circuit here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. You're going to get on the brakes, but you got to be careful. The tires are going to lock up. Heavy on the brake. Downshift to third, downshift to second. Get to pit road speed without locking up the tires and without speeding down pit road.
Post that red Camaro, too fast entering.
It's easy to do.
You know, Mike, I was thinking about something. I know the 42 bunch, Larson said they were going to be disciplined and ride the bottom today, and that's not his style. We all know he likes that high line up next to the wall. But you know what? Kevin Harvick didn't develop his style here overnight. It took a lot of years, a lot of practice. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to run this race, run the bottom, and learn what you can learn.
And you just saw he learned something right there. He tried to get to the yellow line. Actually, the back end stepped out on him. It's a lot more than just being disciplined to drive that part of the racetrack. It's also how do you set the car up to run that part of the racetrack.
Yeah, I just think it's good long-term planning. We're going to run the bottom. Whatever we do wrong today, we'll correct the next time we come back.
10th place as they pull down on Bubba Wallace, the Daytona runner-up, who is 2 laps down. And that gives Almirola a little room to hold off Suarez. We've had an incident-free race so far. Only one car got up into the wall. That was Ryan Newman under green. There was no caution. He was one of our computer Bernie's top 10 picks. The other 9 of Bernie's top 10 are in the top 12 at 156 laps. Bernie is Bert and Ernie's computer. They couldn't think of an original name for it, so we call it Bernie. Actually, they need a new computer. That's all there is to it. But other than Newman,
what's wrong with that one? I got one just like it.
I believe it. Dial-up modem too, right?
That's right.
The Bernie's top 10 are all running in the top 12 except Newman, who's been into the wall. But looked great up until then. Let's check up on 8th place Clint Boyer. Matt?
Slowly on the move is spotter Brett Griffin, noting that he can feel that the temperature, the ambient temperature, is slowly starting to drop, and he's cheering on Boyer. They feel like they can get up to possibly 6 before this stage ends because Boyer's car is on the move. They did make an air pressure change, significant change in that right rear because the track definitely changing.
Jimmy Johnson spins off turn 2. Caution.
No caution yet. Yeah, caution's out.
Lap 159. Jimmy just...
Did you just take over Larry's role from last year?
Because I said incident-free, and here we are. And
well, that was incident-free, didn't it?
Sorry,
Jimmy.
Spun
out.
He was running 19th, 1 lap down.
I see a lot of debris flying off the car from the tires.
Now that looks like it might have been a tire. He was really, really loose. I could see him fighting the car as we had him in some shots earlier. But the way that snapped around.
Could be the right rear.
I mean, the right rear is certainly down now because of that slide locking up the tires. Boy, that's odd to see it snap around that quick for a 7-time champion and Jimmy Johnson.
Well, we listened in.
Right front came apart, just ripped the right front off the car.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think
pretty
that
heavy
was
damage.
actually after the incident, after he spun and then the tires, were down. I think then it tore up the right front.
Now he's happy now. Just learned he was on TV. All right, high fives all around. Except his guys in the pits with a broken car.
It's okay.
Worried about him
it's okay.
ago.
He's on TV. It's a win-win.
159 laps complete. Pit road will open. Third caution of the day, but the first one for an incident. Jimmie Johnson losing a right front tire, spinning in turn 2. Johnson on a winless streak of 24 races, tied for the longest of his career. Pit road's open, Matt.
And Brad Keselowski, the first stall off turn 4. Paul Wolf loves pitting down there, helps them on exit. No juking going down pit road. A tear off the front of the 4 of Harvick. Keselowski said he'd been working the track bar, did not help. The car still on the free side. Jamie Harvick says his car is still solidly great.
And Kurt Busch in the 41 said he was a little bit loose with that set of tires, but they said, let's do more stickers here. The car's been good. He's led 25 laps today. Mike?
An adjustment for Kyle Larson, and he rolls out. We notice a lot of different strategies here. Some front tire changers carry their own tire. We saw Keselowski, where a tire carrier carried both. And why is Martin Truex still sitting there? We'll find out when we come back as Brad Keselowski wins the race off pit road from Kevin Harvick.
Throughout the season, Ford will be searching for the most passionate NASCAR fans to become the first ever inductees into the Ford Hall of Fans. To learn more, go to NASCAR.com/Ford.
You see 16 cars taking the wave around. Problems on Martin Truex's pit stop on the right rear. The tire changer could not get all 5 lug nuts on tight before the jack dropped, and that's when the wheel was cocked. You see the wheel coming off. Not sure if it was a human or an air gun malfunction. He's calling it back to raise it up because he can't get those 5 lugs
tight.
tight.
The tire was actually cocked when he let it down, and what happens is that if that wheel's not right up against the hub, then it's going to come loose eventually.
Yeah, had to take the weight off that right rear so he could tighten it up straight.
So they're saying it was a malfunction of the air gun on the right rear of Martin Truex's car. Keselowski, Harvick, with again the leader taking the inside of row 1. Kurt Busch, Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Suarez, Logano, Larson, Almirola, Bowyer, the top 10. 17 lead lap cars back to Paul Menard, who got the free pass.
Harvick cannot even stop. He didn't even take off.
I think it's the toughest position on a restart to be in that outside car in the second position. It's so easy to over-anticipate and spin the tires as we saw with Kevin Harvick.
Now he's got to run.
Heard time and time again that the outside lane was terrible.
Looks like Texas.
Yeah, it wasn't bad, Mike. It was terrible.
Tough place to be on restarts. Seven laps to go. 6 now. 6 to go in stage 2. When the caution will wave, the field will freeze, stage points will be awarded, and most importantly, this race will be official at the end of stage 2.
Everybody going for stage points.
Slicing and dicing.
Last year, Kevin Harvick led the most laps, won both stages, but not the race.
Well, the fun part about this, they don't have to hold back on those tires. They can run these tires as hard as they want.
And they are. That's a pretty good lap times right now. But you know what, Jeff? You mentioned this earlier. That 2 car is a pretty darn good race car. Long run and short run.
There's Truex flying up through the field in traffic. 15th. Diving to the bottom on Austin Dillon, who hooks the bottom. A sense of urgency. 4 laps to go in stage 2.
Yeah, you're talking about laying some lap times down. 3 of our top 5 just ran their fastest lap of the race. I think it has to do end of stage and the track's cooling down.
Yeah, it's a good bit cooler out there, Larry. The temps have dropped a lot. Got 4 fresh tires on a little heat race here.
Now, Larry, do you think that these crew chiefs and engineers would maybe put a little bit more air pressure on the tires, knowing they just have a short run to get to help the balance, help the speed?
Absolutely no different than they would do for qualifying. Maybe not that much, but just a little bit more.
Keselowski, the Busch brothers, Logano, Harvick, Hamlin, Larson, Almirola. For the first time this weekend in the Xfinity race and the Cup race, somebody's going to win a stage besides Kevin Harvick.
See Ricky Stenhouse trying to get the momentum off that top line. See if he can't get a stage point. That's 10th and 11th. Suarez and Stenhouse. It's all about executing that yellow line. Not quite there.
1 to go. 6 Fords in the top 10. 3 Toyotas and Kyle Larson's Chevrolet.
Let's see if Stenhouse can shoot to the top. Oh, look at Suarez decides to get defensive and take that line away from Ricky Stenhouse.
Not a good move.
Who goes to the bottom.
Stenhouse can just get to the fender, and he doesn't get it off of turn 2. I was going to say he'd have position in 3 and 4.
Thought that was going to work out for Stenhouse, but it didn't.
Worked out for this guy, though.
Stage 2 winner for Roger Penske, Brad Keselowski. Kurt Busch, Kyle Busch, Logano and Harvick the first 5. And there are the stage point earners in stage 2. The man from Michigan, Brad Keselowski, wins stage 2. Well, I have a lot of respect for the folks who predict the weather on race day. Today, I am glad they were wrong. We have an official race. We have passed lap 170 on the end of stage 2. So this race will be official this evening. There is the threat of rain this evening, continuing through tomorrow morning. So hopefully we can get all the way to lap 325 and the conclusion of the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500, where Brad Keselowski has won stage 2 over the Busch brothers, Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick. Here they come to pit road, Matt.
The 2 leads him down. He will stop in his box at the American flag. Paul Wolfe bumped up the pressures for that short run. A lot of other teams made notice of that. Tear off the windshield. Hunter Massling and Kyle Power now coming around to the left side to Jamie.
Kurt Busch in the 41, they're going to put a little air pressure in the right rear tire, make a 4-tire stop here. The car has gotten a little bit tight. Kyle Busch was able to fix the connection. He's able to use that track bar adjuster in the car now. A 4-tire stop. His car's been good. He came in fourth.
Kurt Busch wins the race off pit road. Picking up a spot, as does Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick.
I say we reach out to our stage 2 winner. Hey Brad, Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
10-4. What's going on, Jeff?
Man, just watching somebody other than Kevin Harvick lead some laps and win. Congrats on that stage 2 win. And I mean, you've seen how good Kevin is here, but you actually won this race a year ago. So what's it going to take to get the win today?
Yeah, it seems like Kevin's really, really strong here every year. I don't know what the secret is, but he deserves a lot of credit for it. But Yeah, we're fighting pretty hard too. We're right there, kind of nipping at his heels, and just probably going to keep him honest all day. So I think that's the biggest thing, just keeping him honest.
All right, well, we're having a lot of fun watching what you're doing, and it looks like you've got a car that can work around the racetrack, but, you know, how much better is it around the bottom? Does it save the tires running that bottom groove?
Yeah, maybe a little. It's, I don't know, I got past my Kurt right before this on our side. You seem to keep just chugging along there, Jeff, so, you know, when you think you understand what's going on, the track changes, and then it doesn't sing or act the same way, so I'm not entirely sure, but I'm proud to get a stage win with Dolphin Trader Ford, that's for sure.
Yeah, congrats. Thanks for talking to us. Good luck the rest of the way.
10-4, appreciate it, guys.
Austin Dillon had a lengthy stop because something put a hole in the nose of his race car. Brad Keselowski, Stage 2 winner. Getting ready to restart in Atlanta. The race is official. We've completed 2 stages. And let's compare 2 of Kurt Busch's pit stops.
Does a nice job hitting his marks, getting the right side up. I see a nice smooth execution, no panicking as they roll around to the left side.
Front tire changer a lot quicker moving on this last stop.
And then a little bit of trouble on the left rear on that earlier stop that was not quite as fast.
There's Kurt Busch's numbers compared to Kevin Harvick's, 0.8 of a second quicker. They're going to head for the Geico restart zone, and we'll do it again. Kurt Busch, Joey Logano on the front row. Keselowski and Harvick, row 2. Kyle Busch and Hamlin. Larson and Boyer. Suarez and Blaney, the top 10. 18 lead lap cars, including Alex Bowman, who got the free pass. Here we go. Hamlin up high in the 11.
I thought he was going to get a chance to get to the outside quarter panel, side draft the 4 of Kevin Harvick and make that move, but he lost a little momentum as they got into the corner. I'm curious to see just how much effort that the 2 of Brad Keselowski wants to keep or put into keeping the number 4 Kevin Harvick behind him. I think he feels like he has a car that can compete with him if he could just keep Harvick behind him.
He can keep Harvick behind him for about 10 laps, and then Harvick's car really just comes alive after about 10 laps.
Chase Elliott pops up into the top 10.
Well, we heard them talk about Hendrick Motorsports and the things that they're learning about this car right now. That's also the balance of the car in the race, how you're going to have to adjust it throughout the day.
Yeah, and the other thing, don't lose sight of, some of these guys pace themselves just a little bit. It's a 500-mile race. It's a pretty long afternoon here. You got to save a little bit. Don't show everything you got right in the beginning.
Alex Bowman had gotten the free pass, but has to make a green flag pit stop here.
You can see that tire's cut.
Whoa. Close call there on pit road. Jackman trying to come around the front, and Bowman takes off. Jamie?
And the 88s had some issues. They had blistering on the right rear 2 stops ago, and then they also had a gun failure, so they were waiting for a backup to the backup gun. So you saw another issue there that they were trying to pit the car, and he almost hit his Jackman that came around the front of the car. So it's been a tough day, tough learning experience for this 88 team.
And Mike, the other thing we talk about, the 500-mile race, long race, learn about your car. This is a new car. It's a Camaro. The Chevy teams run laps, work on the car, make adjustments, see what the car likes. We might be able to dial it in.
That and watch your mirrors, because Kevin Harvick is coming.
Hey, that.
Let's show you what happened again to Alex Bowman here.
We see this incident happen with the 88. Obviously, a little bit of miscommunication. I think they felt like it was going to be a 2-tire stop, and 4-tire stop, but then he takes off, maybe being told, let's switch it to a 2-tire stop now that we knew the tire was on the right side. And sometimes if the driver's not sure if my tire issue was on the right side or left side, they call an audible in the box.
I can't tell you how important it is to say stop or go, not whoa, 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 because it sounds so much alike, and sometimes a driver leaves on a whoa, whoa, whoa.
Third place tightening up. Here comes Harvick to the inside of Logano. 2 Fords battling. That wasn't much of a battle. Kurt Haas has now led more laps today than in the last 20 races on all mile-and-a-half tracks combined. Time for a Sunday. We got the race in on a rainy day. Fox NASCAR, crank it up.
Nice work. Take care of those tires. No pressure behind, all in front of you. Hit your marks, you're better than 3.
Clear for now. Heavy coming back on top here. Outside.
"17 cars on the lead lap at lap 188. 137 to go here in Atlanta. Coming up, our Credit One Bank ones to watch. Drivers have been told by their teams they may be racing to the next rainstorm. So it's on with Kurt Busch leading Brad Keselowski by 0.8 of a second in Atlanta. Let's take a look at today's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
And I'll tell you who I have my eye on, and that's our leader right now, Kurt Busch. 3-time winner here at Atlanta. That pit crew has been flawless today. If they can keep that up and maybe a little precipitation comes soon, he's our winner.
Yeah, Jeff, Brad Keselowski won this race a year ago, and every stop that crew has been better on pit road. We're sitting right now at about a 2 to 3 stop race, but making the right adjustments as this track cools down, that's going to be a key.
And Larry, I talked to everybody here before the race and probably during the race, and the 4 car, he's got to win this race. He's got the best car. He's the guy that should win this race.
I beg to differ, brother. I think Clint Boyer wins this race. You heard him at the opening of the show. He's been in the gym. You got to be tough to prevail here at Atlanta. Driving that car, whipping that wheel around. Clint Boyer gets it done at the end.
While living in Hartford, Mark Twain said, if you don't like the weather, wait a minute, it will change. There's only one Connecticut Yankee in this race, Joey Logano. Well, that's all I got. I got nothing else. You guys don't leave me much.
What?
Okay?
We left you Kyle Busch.
Gave you the whole field.
Well,
practically.
Let's see how it plays out. 131 laps to go.
Yeah, wasn't it last week you took the field?
Why don't you just take the field? We'll give it to you. Go ahead, Mike. Take it.
All right, I'll take the field.
Atta boy.
That includes Kyle and Joey.
Remember?
So what was this friendly wager a couple of days ago where one of you two would take Kevin Harvick and the other would take the field?
I took Kevin Harvick and I gave Jeff the field.
Okay. And I mean, I knew coming in that Kevin Harvick's going to be tough to beat, but I couldn't resist those odds to get in the field.
Well, there's 3 of them all right together.
And
Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski, Kevin Harvick, 3 fast Fords for the lead.
Here, yeah, there's 2 ahead of Kevin Harvick. And there's a few more back as Michael was picked with the 14 of Boyer coming back to the front. I think the track has changed, and he's made some adjustments, or they've made adjustments on that car, and it's starting to really come to life. Matt?
And Jeff, earlier in the race, the 14 of Clint Boyer made an adjustment on that last stop. They actually backed up the adjustment because Clint felt like they went too far in that air pressure change.
Tell you what, these guys are driving like it's going to rain or something.
Well, Kurt was really fighting it at the top of the racetrack. And yes, all the drivers have been told the rain is minutes to maybe half an hour out, but it is coming. And you're racing to the rain, and that is always exciting.
Well, it's exciting, and also think of the challenges we already see here trying to manage your tires as we see the two. Keselowski perfectly hooked that yellow line, but watch the momentum of the 41 on that top lane. Going down the back straightaway. He's got to get back to the bottom, though, to hook the yellow line. He's not going to be able to do it.
With those two running side by side like this, just look right to your right of the screen.
Oh, Keselowski missed the bottom.
Here he comes.
Harvick didn't.
Here he comes.
No, he never does. That's what makes him so good here.
Harvick's just got that yellow line fever. I mean, he just eats that thing up.
3 cars fighting for the lead. Officially 127 laps to go. But all night rain in the forecast. The next stoppage for wetness could be the end.
Boy, Harvick got loose. Harvick got really loose getting into 3 that time,
Yeah,
Jeff.
Keselowski went through the bumps and the back end stepped out.
They're all driving down there a little harder than have all day.
And raindrops on that camera lens.
Rain's coming.
That's Rodney Childress.
That's Rodney Childress saying,
rain's coming.
Get going.
Go get that lead. But I think Brad Keselowski is doing an excellent job right now. If he can get to the yellow line and hold that yellow line, have the patience that the 4 of Harvick has, he can make the 4 and Kevin Harvick's job very difficult. That air that comes off the cars can definitely stop his momentum, and we already saw it once as they went through 1 and 2.
Watch for 9th place. Suarez in the 19 and Blaney.
Oh, the 19 slides up, gets loose.
Ooh.
That could have been big.
Close. That was big. If you were in the 19.
It could have been bigger.
Yeah, right. Could have been ugly
Both
big.
of them, yeah.
A lot of spotter chatter about a few raindrops. Not enough to warrant the yellow flag. No accumulation of rain on the racetrack.
Harvick
Still
got
very
around.
light gray.
Yeah, but Harvick got around to 41, and now he's got his sights set on Keselowski up here in the 2.
This is where Keselowski is going to have to be so patient, so disciplined. You want to get in the gas and just try to get a little bit extra speed. But if you get off that yellow line, Kevin Harvick will make you pay, and pay big.
And I think it works both ways, Jeff. I think Kevin Harvick's got to not abandon his style either, not overdrive the corner and do make the mistakes some of the other guys have.
And that was one of the first times where I've seen Kevin Harvick actually have to play with the throttle in the back of the car, moving around. He's trying really hard. The harder you try, the more difficult running that bottom gets.
And that lap, Keselowski was 0.3 faster than Harvick, so you see a little gap open up here.
Traffic could be a factor. They're coming up on some slower cars here. That could hurt Keselowski.
And now Harvick quicker down the backstretch. Matt?
Mike, great observation by Jeff. The car's been perfect all day for Kevin Harvick. This run, he will not roll through the center like he was earlier, and he's too free on exit, trying to reel in that 2.
Lapping rookie Ross Chastain in the 15 this week.
That slower traffic has really hurt Keselowski. It's allowed Kevin Harvick to close some, but boy, that 2 car looks mighty solid right now. Really up off the corner, nice.
I see both of these cars wiggling a little bit more than we've seen all day.
They get past Cole Witt in the 72. Matt DiBenedetto next. And we continue with 122 laps to go. You won't miss a pass. Let's take a look at how the Coca-Cola family of drivers are faring today, with 4 in the top 10 out of 7. Hamlin, Logano, Larson, and Suarez. 117 to go, make it 116.
The 34 got in the way of Keselowski. That opened the door for Kevin Harvick to hit that bottom like he likes to, but a 2 car is so strong off turn 2 right now.
Just working that traffic. Great job, Keselowski.
Shoots the middle, opens up a 1/4 second of advantage, make that 3.5 tenths. This was quite a moment, and you see it from our Goodyear aerial coverage.
Just nowhere, had nowhere to go. Keselowski didn't. On the 34 car of McDowell, that opened the door for Harvick. I thought he might be able to hold him off here in turn 2, but watch how strong 2 is off of turn 2 over there.
But also the
really
34
picks it up.
McDowell does a pretty nice job getting down to the very bottom, which ended up affecting Kevin Harvick.
Let's ride with Kevin Harvick.
Kevin got off of turn 4 perfectly. Gets the inside of Keselowski.
Still even. Hold tight.
And then Keselowski threads the needle.
Right through the middle.
Pit stops have begun. Ryan Newman, who is off sequence, and Ty Dillon down pit road. Larry, absent the rain, what might your strategy be for the rest of this?
We went back racing at lap 177. That's 148 to go. If you wanted to do it in 2 stops, you're going to need to run about 50 laps a run. I think the window's open now because I think what they're going to do, Mike, is do it in 3 stops. And right now that window's open to run about 35 to 40 laps a run to the end on 3 stops.
Blaney and Almirola in, Vince.
Well, for Ryan Blaney, the car's just been a little bit too tight. Didn't make any changes on the previous adjustment. Pitted from P11 here with an air pressure adjustment. Now the 10 of Almirola just hasn't been able to find the balance. Just no grip throughout the course of the day. His complaint with the 10 car has been the same all day long.
Ricky Stenhouse also made a stop. And now Eric Jones comes to pit road.
Here comes the 4 car. He's diving on pit road.
Well, Harvick was not gaining on Keselowski at all the last couple of laps. So he's in. Matt?
The guys go to work. Kevin Harvick said he needed help most on exit. Jeff pointed out you can see the car losing time there to the 2 solid stops so far. You can see a great kick with the tire directing that back. And he's away.
Allmendinger, Suarez, and Elliott on pit road. I believe this is Hamlin coming in as well. Jamie.
Daniel Suarez in the 19 done a nice job for just his 2nd time here in a Cup car. Tear up so he can get clear vision. A 4-tire stop, Matt.
Brad Keselowski locks him down coming off the banking off turn 4 on the pit road. Clean tear off the windshield. Coming around to the left side. No changes for the 2, Jamie.
Kurt Busch is saying he's too loose to run hard now. A wedge adjustment, they'll take some wedge out, and an air pressure adjustment. They'll take some of that air out of the right rear, locks it up to get into his box. It'll be a 4-tire stop. This crew has been on it all day. Vince?
Well, the 42 of Kyle Larson's been inside the top 10, has run as high as 4th, but they just haven't had it these last couple of runs. No center grip for Larson in the 42 right now. Going to make an adjustment, Jamie.
And Martin Truex Jr. in the 78, he just says he can't do anything. He's just sliding around there. He had moved to the front early in the race. They had issues with the gun earlier. The 18 of Kyle Busch on pit road as well. Matt?
Clint Boyer, another driver who locked it down, entering pit road. His car too snug in the center, and Jamie just too free on exit.
And Kyle Busch, number 1 pit box, a 4-tire stop here. You see that smoke coming out from the right rear. We saw it on the last stop as well. Kyle pretty happy with the car. They'll fill it up with fuel there. Choreography, drop the jack, and he's off. Remind him not to speed on his exit.
So Denny Hamlin has not yet stopped. He's the race leader over Joey Logano.
And we saw in that exchange, that green flag exchange, that the 4 car, now they flipped it by coming in that 1 lap early, getting on fresh tires a little bit sooner than Brad Keselowski. That's what it was able to get in the lead.
I think they were able to make an adjustment on the 4 car. It wasn't exactly where we wanted to be. Not only did he beat him, come in early and get out early, but he also beat him on the track now.
But now, Larry, for Hamlin and Logano, racing the rain, not making this pit stop? Is their bed made?
Well, I think so. And what they may be trying to do, and we basically saw Jimmy Johnson win this race 2 years ago doing the same thing. They're going to break it down possibly to 2 stops, and that's exactly what Chad Knaus and Jimmy Johnson did 2 years ago. 1 less green flag stop.
Hamlin was 6th prior to the other leaders pitting. Currently his lap time's 33.75. Kevin Harvick is 2 3/4 seconds faster than Hamlin right now, but Harvick has 22 seconds to make up.
And Mike, to make this work, they're going to need to run about 8 to 10 more laps, and that'll even it out to about 50 laps a run.
And Mike, they really helped that 4 car. You look at his lap time now. He was a 31.07 to a 31.48 on the 2 car last time.
That's 14 miles per hour in 1 lap.
Hamlin's crew chief Mike Wheeler. How about the 22 strategy, Jamie?
Well, he's had a pretty good day today. They brought a different setup idea for them to make the car better on the long run, and I think that they have done that. They have achieved that. Right now he's running 2nd, but he has yet to pit. They're looking to come in about 8 laps, Mike.
As Larry said.
That's what Hamlin and Logano's doing. They're trying. If we stay green to the end, they're making it a 2-stop race. Everybody else is a 3-stop race.
Denny Hamlin leads our Toyota top performers. Kyle Busch in 5th, Daniel Suarez 7th, Martin Truex and Eric Jones. Truex and Jones 1 lap down, as is Suarez, because Hamlin and Logano have not yet made this pit stop.
Now, Larry, the way I look at it, even if you stop 1 less time, the amount of time that you're losing on track versus new tires, I don't think that's going to offset and really make up as much as they want.
It's not what I would do, but I'm telling you what they're doing.
I hear you, Larry.
But they've got 2 chances, and one is that, and the other is Mother Nature.
We got 2 chances, Slim and none.
Well, and
Slim's on a bus leaving town, I know.
Out of here.
Right now, they've got everybody up to the 6th place driver a lap down. So a caution certainly would play in their favor, because if the caution comes, even everybody else that's on the lead lap, they're coming to pit road.
All I know is that 4 car is much better than it was the last run. He's much better.
Well, and this is something that Brad Keselowski and the 22 of Joey Logano did execute pretty well at some tracks last year. It wasn't an abrasive racetrack like this.
Harvick now 14 seconds behind the leader. They're at opposite ends of the speedway with 103 to go.
You know, Mike, Daryl, Jeff, what Denny Hamlin and Mike Wheeler's doing, and Joey Logano and Todd Gordon, they put blinders on. They're just trying to run their race now. They know what's going on with the competitors that has fresh tires.
You know what I think, Larry? I think they're watching the radar. I don't think they're watching the track as much as they're watching the radar.
And then, guys, remember also, when Denny and Joey make that pit stop, they're going to be running faster lap times than Harvick and Keselowski. So there's another twist to this story, those faster lap times when they finally do pit.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Michael. They will make up some of what they're losing now.
You know what they'll be able to do with that, Michael? Get back on the lead lap. That's about it.
Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney battling 11th.
I'm impressed with Chase Elliott. They were really struggling earlier in this race, and the adjustments, the execution on pit road, the job that he's done to be patient, to keep communicating back to the team and make some pretty significant improvements to be up there now battling for 10th and 11th.
All right, I don't want to let this Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano story go. They have to come in 3 laps. There's no need. If you want to split it even, 50, 50, 50, you need to hit pit road in the next 2 to 3 laps. Don't just keep running.
Hamlin's advantage over Logano.
Next time.
4 1/4.
I'm sorry, read his lips.
This time.
Yep, over Harvick, a little less than 10. And so Denny Hamlin will surrender the lead and come to pit road.
I mean, look, he can't even put up a fight. I mean, he has to just move out of people's way. He's running so slow right now, he get run over.
But if he only needs 1 more stop and this race goes to conclusion, and everybody else needs 2 more stops. Could get very interesting.
Could. That's a good point.
Joey Logano coming as well. Matt.
In Mike Wheeler's window now, the last 3 runs, he was happy with it, no changes. Then it was snappy loose. He made an air pressure change. Now, he said the car is on the tight side. You can just see how the temperature has changed the racetrack, Jamie.
It's certainly gotten cooler. The 22 in his box now, just a little bit loose off the corner. No major issues for Joey. A 4-tire stop, fill it up with fuel. They'll see if the strategy paid off.
So Kevin Harvick will assume the lead.
There goes Harvick is by the start-finish line now.
Keselowski, the Busch brothers, Suarez, Bowyer, Larson, and Truex. 98 laps to go, weather permitting.
Kevin Harvick, your leader in Atlanta 17 years ago. His first victory in his Cup career came in Atlanta, and it's his only Atlanta victory. Time for a Monster Energy race break. Watching with you, Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers. It's been exciting racing the rain from a delay start all the way through, and that's what's going on now with 93 laps to go. Quick recap, Kevin Harvick, who has dominated Atlanta despite not having won since that first career victory, led early, won the first stage, had pit problems.
Yeah, something was wrong with the gun there, and he couldn't get the job done. So they had to come back in and make sure the lugs were tight, and that was what that was all about.
Rebounded to get back into the lead. More than 100 laps led today. 105 is currently leading Keselowski. Jimmie Johnson, again, he's won 2 of the last 3 Atlanta races, but trouble.
Right front tire blew apart on that car, and he spun around in the corner. Tough weekend again for Jimmie Johnson.
Keselowski wins stage 2. Martin Truex Jr. with an air gun problem on pit road.
A lot of speed out of the 78 car. Remember, he started in the back, Chris. He got all the way to the front, but another pit issue.
And there is Keselowski in the 2 car, currently running right behind Harvick, Kyle Busch, and then Kurt Busch. with 92 laps to go. Your leader is Jimmy John's Ford. What about the strategy?
Well, I just love what Mike Wheeler, Todd Gordon did with Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano. They rolled the dice. And I guarantee you, Chris, there's a science program, a computer program that tells them if they're able to run a certain lap time from now till the end of the race, they can win. Denny's on newer tires, as is Logano. They're faster than our leaders. They're not going to come to pit road again. I don't think this is just a whim. I think they've got it figured out that they can make this work.
We've already had more leaders and lead changes in this race than the entire race last year in Atlanta. Remember, that was dominated by Harvick. Keselowski wound up winning it. And if this is shortened, we've had 5 previous Atlanta races that were shortened because of rain. Kurt Busch was the winner of the last one in 2002. He is currently running 4th. And that is your Monster Energy race break. You're watching NASCAR on Fox live from Atlanta Motor Speedway, and we'll have more in a moment. The Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official fan refreshment of NASCAR.
85 laps to go. Kevin Harvick back to the lead. He has 7 seconds on Brad Keselowski now. Just put a lap on Brad's teammate, Ryan Blaney. Kyle Busch in 3rd. Clint Bowyer and Kurt Busch. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano capable of running 1.5 to 2 seconds faster than the leader. But as Michael was exactly right, they are running to a pace between 1 and 0.5 of a second faster than Harvick every lap, trying to stretch it out and stay with the plan.
I think this is going to be fascinating to watch because they know they need to stretch this out as much as possible to have those fresher tires at the end of this race and only pit one more time.
And now, a quick word from Duracell.
This is
out here. Remember, the fuel window is 48 to 54 laps, but the tire window, it seems the strategy is 35 to 40 laps. Now, we've only had 4 cautions today. These teams have made 6 stops, including 2 green flag stops. You want to make sure you've got tires for the end of this race. They have plenty, 5 sets. When I look at my trends of the race, the last 10 Atlanta Spring races, the final caution came with 25 laps to go, and in those 10 races, we've had 3 overtimes. Even if we're getting set up for an overtime, they will hit pit road for 4 fresh tires. So the team that has those 4 fresh tires in the final stop, but more than anything, make no mistakes, that will be the team that power to the finish.
Thanks, Larry. 82 laps to go. Harvick up almost 8 seconds on Keselowski now.
And Mike, I mean, it makes, if you can't outrun Kevin Harvick, if you don't have the speed to outrun him, then you got to outthink him. You got to come up with a plan. You got to have a strategy, and apparently they've come up with one that they think will work. The Levin bunch has.
And so far, the only flaw that I've seen in what Kevin Harvick does here is when he had this number 2 of Brad Keselowski in front of him running that same line with a car that was very comparable, Kevin couldn't get by him.
Nope.
So that 2 car's got to figure out how to get back in front of him if a caution comes out, if it's on pit road or execution on pit road.
Now you see Harvick, you saw Joey Logano just go by behind Denny Hamlin. Hamlin and Logano have gotten themselves back on the lead lap. They are fractionally quicker than the race leader and trying to let this play out in their favor.
Yeah, right now the Ford's coming off turn 2 and the 11's going into only the distance of the back straightaway separate the 4 car from the 11 to put him a lap down.
But the 11 and the 22 are both running faster lap times than Kevin Harvick, even if it's only 2 or 3 tenths of a second. Bubba Wallace, 2 laps down, had a visit from Hall of Famer Wendell Scott's family pre-race this morning. We've talked a lot about Harvick and Keselowski. How about Kyle Busch in 3rd, 18 seconds back of the leader?
Grabbing the bottom better, like it doesn't pull the front end off the bottom, but hard to drive. Might be something to come back to for the end of the race, maybe. To fire and go. 10-4, it just takes pit stop time to do and undo these adjustments. We'll see where it goes here.
Yeah, I find that really interesting. He realizes that if he's going to move off that top line, they basically committed to that top line with the setup and his driving style. If they're going to change that at all, that means they've got to change the setup and make some adjustments, which we all know how long that takes on a pit stop.
I just can't get over the influence that Harvick has had on this entire field. I mean, normally we see a bunch of guys just riding up high, scraping the wall. 42 car always does it. But today, everybody said, I'm going to run that Harvick line. I'm going to discipline myself. That's what we're going to do.
You know, we all say the regular season starts here. 10 races on 1.5-mile tracks, that this is an entirely different animal than Daytona. Look at last week's top 10 at Daytona. Only Hamlin and Logano are in the top 10 today.
I think Bubba's doing exactly what he wanted to do today, though. Run all the laps, get some experience, learn the cars, learn the process.
And here's where I'll even back that up is next week when we go to Las Vegas, the top 10 we have right now or coming out of this race, probably a pretty good chance it'll be the top 10 at Las Vegas next week. Good chance.
All right, guys, we're seeing Kyle Larson hit pit road. The window is open now. Again, pitting here, Vince, you still have to make one more stop.
Well, the 42 of Kyle Larson pitting from inside the top 10 said the balance maybe is the best it's been all day, but they just now don't feel like they've got the speed that they need. So it's going to be 4 tires, air pressure adjustment for the 42 of Larson.
I think a lot of that grip and everything is because the track is cool, the temps are way down. Vince.
The 12 of Ryan Blaney, they're going to short pit again. They've just been fighting the balance. Loose, tight throughout the course of the day. Air pressure and wedge for the 12 of Blaney, Jamie.
Well, you heard the radio of Kyle Busch saying they wanted to undo those last adjustments they made. That was an air pressure and wedge on the last stop. They may or may not make the adjustment here just because of the time it'll take. I don't see a wrench in the hand. Meanwhile, his older brother, Kurt Busch, in the 41, a 4-tire stop, said the car was a little bit better this run. Little confusion the front of the 18.
Stuck the air hose under the splitter trying to come around. That cost him a second or two.
But he got all the left side lug nuts tight today.
Well, we fired up Bernie, our supercomputer from 1979, whenever it is, and Bernie, our computer, has run the math. Vince?
Well, the 10 of Eric Almirola just finishing up the stop there with the 4 tires and a chassis adjustment, Matt.
Brad Keselowski said the car much freer this run. He also said it just seems like it takes off differently on the tires when it's a yellow versus a green flag stop. Left side's going on, solid stop. Clean the grill, waiting on the rear, he's away. Harvick's guy's up on the wall waiting for the 4 car. He says that he needs to do something different this run over the last run. Need to make a change if he's going to put this Ford in victory lane. They were talking about a chassis adjustment. No wrench going in the back window. Looks like it'll just be an air pressure change on the 4.
Now you saw the 2 car came in a lap early, just like Kevin Harvick did to them the last time the green flag stops were happening. Let's see if Keselowski can leapfrog the 4. Saw a little trouble in the right front of the 4 pit stop.
Let's show it to you again as Clint Bowyer finishes up.
Just keep your eye on that right front. He had to hit 2 lug nuts in extra time.
Sparks flying.
Harvick's back out, but Denny Hamlin assumes the lead. I said we fired up our supercomputer, and it says if this plays out, Hamlin may have a winning strategy. Harvick stopped 15.7, Keselowski 1.4 seconds quicker on the pit stop. How will it all play out? Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano back out front after green flag stops. .66 laps to go. Here's today's Busch race summary. Denny Hamlin is your leader. He's the first of 10 cars on the lead lap. 7 leaders, 19 lead changes. We had a competition caution, 2 stage-ending cautions, And the only yellow flag for incident was when Jimmie Johnson spun at turn 2 on lap 159. So Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano on one agenda, and maybe now two, Chase Elliott, who is in 4th and did not stop with the rest of the leaders around lap 252. Elliott's finished top 10 in every NASCAR race he's ever been in here, Jamie. 2 in the Cup Series, 2 in Xfinity, and once in the Truck Series.
Well, it's kind of been an eye-opener for him for all of the Hendrick cars, just dealing with this new car. And Alan Gustafson told me he had a talk with Chase this morning and said, I know you have this database in your mind, expectations that you want out of this car, but because it's new, those all go out the window. We need to reset our expectations. Be patient today. That's exactly what he's done. He's worked his way into the top 10. Now the top 5. They're looking to pit Mike in about 5 laps.
Thanks, Jamie. Now there's Kevin Harvick on fresher tires going past Joey Logano, who, like Denny Hamlin, is on pace, trying to run the rest of this race with one less pit stop than the others.
If Denny Hamlin wins this race, I'm going to be so impressed with what Mike Wheeler, the plan that he has and that team, and also the pace that Denny Hamlin has run. From the time he went back out on track after his last pit stop, he never tried to run a super fast lap, and it has been a pretty nice flat line of the pace he's been able to maintain so far.
Its strategy is you can be proactive and come up with a strategy, or you can be reactive and try to react to someone else's strategy. I think the 11 is making a lot of these guys second guess, like the 9 car, second guessing their strategy.
Well, there's nothing but wide open space between Hamlin and Harvick now. 3.5 seconds, and with the times Harvick is running, the lead should change here in about 3 laps.
Yeah, I think right now they're not focused on Kevin Harvick at all. They're focused on when our next stop is going to come, and if the caution does not come out the rest of the way.
Well, that's kind of what I was asking Larry earlier about running the race backwards and when you wanted to stop and how you could get to the end.
Let's go back to Jamie talking about Chase Elliott in that 9 car. They pitted lap 213. So if they run to lap 269, which will be 56 to go, they're right there. They're splitting it down the middle. I just think that they should have made this bet earlier. They should have either went with one strategy or the other. This might buy them a good finish. I don't think it's going to be a race-winning move.
Yeah, that's what I say. Look, you can be proactive and make up a good strategy, a winning strategy. You can be reactive once you see what somebody else is doing.
You can't change gears, though, in the middle of the stream.
No, that's like telling the driver to save fuel with 10 to go or 20 to go. Should have told me that when we started.
So he's a tweener. He's in between a 2-stop and a 3-stop strategy. He's got 52 laps on those tires as Harvick draws a bead on the race leader.
And Mike, it's a beautiful thing about a 500-mile race. I know it's a long race, but look at all the different strategies. Fast car with Harvick. 11 car got a strat. Everybody's got a plan.
Chase Elliott to pit road. New leader Kevin Harvick. Jamie.
And Chase Elliott was 5th when he brought it in. It'll be just a 4-tire stop. No adjustments. Don't want to risk anything. Car has been pretty decent. It hasn't taken a swing for the worse here the second half. It's been balanced.
Evidently, Alan Gustafson feels like he can run 60 laps on fuel. The window open. Darrell, to your point earlier, running it backwards. They pitted. Now they can go to the end.
Well, and also, Larry, one other factor is our trends. When cautions maybe come at the end of this race, they might be thinking, hey, we're not going all the way to the end. We might be going to a caution with 8 or 10 to go.
And we talked about that earlier. The last 10 Atlanta spring races, 25 to go at lap 300.
But remember this, we have a few less cars in the field today than we normally have. So we only started 36 cars today. That is not a big deal, but it can change your trend.
Brad Keselowski has taken 3rd from Joey Logano. He's still about 7 seconds behind Denny Hamlin, currently in 2nd, 2 seconds back of Kevin Harvick, Matt.
And Mike Wheeler is hoping that Larry Mack's trends do not come to fruition. Right now they've added an extra 5 laps to their window. At this point, they feel like they can go to around lap 280 before they'd have to pit and then have a short run to the finish.
Well, the advantage to having a short run to the finish would be You can go all out with those tires. They won't be on there that long.
But I think he would have to. He's going to have to really push it because he's losing way too much time right now.
But that's far from a short run. That's still 45 laps.
Yeah.
That's not a short run.
Nope.
Catch me if you can.
Looking at Denny Hamlin from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Goodyear, more driven. .56 to go. Let's show you the top 5 and when they last stopped, with Hamlin and Logano on a completely different strategy, as Larry Mack has well documented, from Harvick, Keselowski, and Kyle Busch. Another stop in the offing. Keep it right here and you won't miss a pass. So Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano split the run in half. They will have to make this set of tires go 50 laps to make it to the finish. .50 to go in Atlanta. Kevin Harvick leading Brad Keselowski by almost 11 seconds. Have a look at our tied clean pass. And it is Kevin Harvick battling Denny Hamlin on the laptop computers of the team strategists. Hamlin running to a pace. Harvick racing to the win, perhaps. And that's your tied clean pass.
Yeah, Hamlin's probably saying, go on. Go fast. Go as fast as you can go.
Wear those tires out.
That's right.
Larry, did this look like a change in strategy perhaps for Mike Wheeler?
I just felt like they were giving up too much time. They came exactly what the math said they should have come. They have split this thing down into runs of 50 laps. So now they've got to make it to the end here. And the rest of our leaders like Harvick, Keselowski, Boyer, they should be on pit road somewhere in about the next 13 or 14 laps, which will be somewhere around 35, 36, 37 to go and race. That would be their last stop should we stay green.
And
We ought to be doing all this gambling and strategizing next week, shouldn't we?
We will.
We will. Well, now, Joe Gibbs Racing has tweeted that if Harvick makes another stop under green and Hamlin runs to this pace, then Harvick would catch Hamlin to battle for the win with 10 laps to go if we stay green.
With a lot fresher tires.
Oh, yeah, with much fresher tires. I don't believe it'd be much of a battle, really.
I don't know if they should be releasing that information right now.
That's right.
But it is interesting insight into the various strategies. And last lap by Hamlin, again, 0.3 of a second faster than Kevin Harvick. So again, Denny Hamlin has been sent out to run to a pace.
Yeah. Anybody got a pencil sharpener? I got to get this baby down there and fine tune it a little bit.
And I can't tell you how hard that is as a race car driver to run to a pace, because if you normally drive to the edge of the grip level and you just push it as hard as you can to get the most speed out of the car. But when you have to deal with a track that's so abrasive and so much fall off like Atlanta, you just have to back that down, and that's just part of racing here that I think makes it fascinating.
If there's a racetrack where I could take it easy, I believe this is one of them. Because you think about what Harvick was doing. He's backing off up here on the straightaway. That's taking it easy, but he was making great time doing it. Can you do that? Can you do the same thing he was doing?
Meanwhile, let's check on the third place car, which is Clint Bowyer, 24 seconds back of the lead.
These guys are going to stretch it. Just do fuel at 2 at the end. Try to save time on pit road. It's 6-7 seconds or whatever it is.
I can still save a lot. Yeah, definitely, but I hear you. It's a lot to make up for. It really, really is. It's early in the season. I'd hate to run out of gas, you know?
Trying to save anywhere you can.
Yeah, I mean, what I heard, they know that how long a 4-tire stop takes. So, 2 tires, if you had a short run to the end, you don't have to fill it full of fuel, so you could save some time on pit road and have, well, half the grip.
Yeah, no, if I were going to gamble, that's what I'd do. If I'm good on fuel, give me just ever how much fuel I can get in the car while I put 2 tires on it and try that.
Well, I just hope Mother Nature stays in Southwest Georgia so we can see how this plays out.
Well, and if you're Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano, you're hoping right now that the caution doesn't come out for any reason. He is a lap down, trying to chase down Kevin Harvick to get that lap back.
That's right, and he'll either get that lap back from Harvick, or when Harvick makes a pit stop, he'll get back on the lead lap.
Mike, you know how many cars are on the lead lap right now?
Not very many.
5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you got to give Kevin Harvick so much credit for the race that he has run, how good he is at this track. He just doesn't make mistakes.
Now, last lap, Hamlin 32.47, Harvick 33.79. That's 1.4 seconds. That Hamlin is quicker.
But as you saw, Hamlin was coming through 3 and 4. Harvick's all the way, through 1 and 2, and Harvick's all the way down to 3 and 4.
But Mike, you just think about it. When we started this race, it was overcast, but the track temperature wet. It's cloudy. It's cool out there. We've gone through an incredible change in the track alone. You would think that would mess up somebody's car, but it doesn't.
No. 32.50 to 33.18. Hamlin's still quicker, but not as much that time.
Guys, I'd say in the next 3, 4, 5 laps, and we'll start seeing some of those other leaders peel on the pit road. And Harvick with 11-second lead, he can wait it out a lap or 2.
Vince?
The 42 of Kyle Larson pitting from 5th. He was the last one on the lead lap. He said it just fired off too free, and he thinks he used up the tires early in the run. So they're going to make the 4-tire change here, get him enough fuel to get to the end. A little bit of an air pressure adjustment for the 42 of Larson, and see what he can do the rest of the way. Finished runner-up here a year ago.
Eric Jones, Casey Kane in, Alex Bowman on pit road as well. Ryan Blaney comes in, David Reagan, Bubba Wallace.
Might just say yesterday Kevin Harvick won the race here. He won the Xfinity race. And here he is. If things go according to plan, his plan, he may win again today.
Back to Vince.
Well, the 10 of Eric Almirola just has fought the same thing all day long. Just could not get the grip that he need. Right now just says no side bite. The right rear is gone. 4 fresh ones and some air pressure for the 10 of Almirola, Jamie.
Martin Truex Jr. just hasn't had the performance we expect when this team comes to a 1.5 mile track. He's just struggling big time. The balance has been too far up, and the rears are gone. Matt?
Chassis adjustment already completed on the 14 at Clint Boyer. Hard to believe the good runs he's had here. He's never had a top 5 finish. Meanwhile, his teammate, the 41 of Kurt Busch, on his way to you, Jamie.
And Kurt Busch just felt like he lost his mojo that last run. He was so solid, and now it's cooled off. The track is changing a little bit. Another air pressure adjustment. That's what they've been working on this car, and a 4-tire stop as they work on the left side.
Paul Menard and Jamie Mack stopped. Here comes Kevin Harvick, Matt.
The two of Brad Keselowski guys are on the wall. Kevin Harvick almost slides into his pit box. No chassis adjustments on the 4. Slight issues the last time, looks good this time. Meanwhile, the 2, Brad Keselowski comes in. He says this time his car is on the sight side, not as much grip as in that previous run. He doesn't really want a whole lot of change though, because it's not as bad as he thought. Left front going on, left rear on, waiting on fuel, and he's away.
Harvick, Keselowski, Kyle Busch, all coming in with 37 laps to go. And there goes Denny Hamlin back to the lead.
All right, it's shake and bake time.
When this strategy started, Hamlin was running 6th. So even if he does not win, he's likely to end up in a better position than when all of this 2 stops versus 3 stops started.
What I like about what Harvick has done here, he built a good enough gap back to Keselowski. I mean, he was over 11 seconds ahead of him when that pit sequence started. All he had to do is get to pit road clean, get in that box on his marks, have a nice, it doesn't have to be a blinding fast stop, but a nice solid stop, and then do the same thing getting off of pit road to get that lead back. And now it's just all about what that strategy of the 11 does.
Yeah.
Allmendinger slow in the backstretch. Looks like he'll make it to pit road.
Tire, right rear tires down.
Right rear tires down.
Thing comes apart.
Something's leaning on the right rear, and that's what's smoking, and it finally blew out.
And for the lead, here comes Harvick. That didn't take till 10 to go.
No.
Allmendinger makes it to pit road, and we stay green.
35 to go.
I think it's safe to say the entire field would love to see a yellow flag, except for Kevin Harvick.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, though, Kevin Harvick saying, "See you, wouldn't want to be you."
Now Logano trying to hold off his teammate Keselowski, who just stopped for tires. So that won't be much of a battle.
Nope.
Kevin Harvick back to the lead. Let's go side by side.
Grab an ice cold cup.
Kevin Harvick out in front.
Oh, trouble turn 2, guys. Got a lot of.
And Trevor Bayne comes
That
unglued.
changes everything.
With 28 laps to go, Trevor Bayne
Look at
blows up, and Rodney Childers' race has changed. Everybody has a shot.
Yeah,
What
like
did
we were
Larry
saying.
say? Remember the trend? That's pretty close to 25 to go.
But just remember how much trouble Harvick had. Not a lot of trouble, but he has trouble on the restarts. So that's something we got to pay close attention to.
So Kurt Busch, who drives for Carl Haas, I think I called him Kurt Haas earlier. Doesn't matter. He gets the free
Haas.
pass.
Gene Haas.
Yeah, him too. Gene Haas.
I drove for
Carl
Carl
Haas.
Haas
Is gone. Yeah, you drove for Carl. See what happens when you try to.
We've been up here 9 hours.
Try to fix something. You should have just let it go. Kind of like Trevor Bayne's car let go.
See the pop out the right side pipes, a little smoke. Now that's definitely laying some oil down on the surface.
And what happened to Bubba Wallace?
Now
he'll go under the damaged vehicle policy and go on the 6-minute clock. Was running 22nd.
Wow.
Just wondering if he got into the oil or the smoke.
Now that's a Junior Johnson tool that guy's got in his hand right there. That's a hammer.
A couple of sawzalls. And
Oh, well, we know who he made contact with.
Front end and rear end damage, kind of figure out who hit who.
All right, let's ride with Bubba and see what happened here.
Check up, check up, check up, front of you, check up, check up, check up, check up, check up, check up.
We didn't tell him which way to
bud,
go.
Can't see it all on the brakes.
Go high, go low, but check up, check up, check up. You got to go high, got to go low, do something.
So hard to get on the brakes on this. When the tires are worn out, there's just not a lot of grip. If you get on the brakes too hard, you lock up the tires. So you want to always stay in control. But yeah, when you see that much smoke, you definitely have to start slowing down. I think the cars ahead of them just couldn't see where they were going either.
Yeah, but I think a spotter should say, you know, go high, the car's in the middle, go low, the car, you know, but he didn't give him a lot of direction. And this 6 car.
That's a total smoke screen.
Pretty hard to see.
Impossible.
High or low. Wow, that's pretty big right there.
I mean, Freddie Kraft is a spotter. He couldn't see. Bubba can't see.
That's what
We
they
can't
could
see.
see.
But now remember, the spotters are looking, they're up on the roof looking down at this. They're looking at that car, not through the smoke, but they're looking at that where that car is. They should be able to see the car.
Wow, I mean, you can't even see the wall or how to even get around the track, let alone whether somebody stopped in front of you.
Maybe he should.
Cars are going by, we can't even see them.
Maybe should tell him to stop.
I guess.
So both the Roush Fenway cars in trouble here. Trevor Bayne's engine letting go. Look at his cockpit full of smoke. And then Ricky Stenhouse getting run into by Bubba Wallace. Minor damage for Stenhouse.
All right. Meanwhile, back
Pit road is open with 26 to go.
I mean, this is the race right here, the race on pit road.
Just remember last year.
There are 9 lead lap cars, Matt.
Led 292 laps a year ago. Tonight, Kevin Harvick, 156. Is the car not quite as good as it was at the beginning of the race, but we're not going to be able to fix it here. Top of your screen, back at Keselowski. The car much freer this run on the bottom, Denny Hamlin. The car much tighter, his Toyota this run, especially down in turns 3 and 4.
Harvick gets out ahead of Keselowski and Hamlin.
4 car
They
needs
pass
to be
Larson.
he needs to get that inside. He doesn't need to
Elliott coming up on Logano. And Kyle Busch and Truex. So Kevin Harvick wins the race off pit road.
It's going to work out great
Two
for
of the
Harvick.
top teams executing at their best, head to head. I love that.
I know Harvick wanted that. The inside restart's great. The outside, not so much. So having that inside should be an advantage.
Keselowski gains a spot from Hamlin.
I still think there's a slight advantage to Brad Keselowski just because Kevin Harvick's car does not still seem to have as much pace in those first couple laps. So you're going to see Keselowski work really hard to try to get to the outside or get somehow in front of Harvick and hold him off.
Lower left, your pit comparison. Denny Hamlin's stop 0.8 slower than Harvick's. They were about the same on the driver's side going down pit road for a 1 second difference.
With 20, whatever we're going to have here to go is not a short run by any means, but you're going to up that air pressure a little wee bit for this short run. And that's going to make Harvick take off a little quicker. Because I've noticed his car, the pressures are really low when he comes out of the pits.
All right, we're back to what we talked about at the top of the show. Resource management. Do you run these tires as hard as you can in the first 2 laps, or do you run to a pace expecting you're going to go 20 laps to the finish under green?
I think you bring up a really good point, Mike, because I think everybody's going to be pushing extremely hard, especially those leaders up there trying to get that lead and getting that clean air. But if it goes all the way, that could cost you a lot of time.
I think the gamble is, what if there's another caution?
Yeah.
What do we run 10 laps?
Then they just come in. Then they just come in and get new tires.
And we do it again. All right, we're going to have Keselowski and Logano. It looks like if Harvick takes the bottom, we expect he will. Nose to tail, teammates on the restart. Jamie?
And Joey Logano just came on the radio and told his team, I don't feel comfortable pushing Brad. I don't think I should do it right now. I'm afraid I'll get him loose. So he doesn't want to get him sideways. He's going to back off of him on the restart.
Yeah, we've seen here, Jamie, in the past, and Joey's exactly right. This is not Daytona and Talladega where the bumpers, you can push. This track is so slick and it's so hard to get those tires to grip that any little bump or nudge you give that car in front of you seems to do more harm than good.
And the straightaways are short here. Well, the front straightaway isn't even a straightaway. It's got 2 kinks in it.
No, what Logano better hope is that the 2 takes off. Because if he's laid right up on the back of him and he doesn't go or he can't go, then that backs up that outside line, and that opens the door for the inside line.
And we already documented this earlier. So easy to spin the tires if you're in that second position. The leader, you're trying to anticipate when the leader's going to take off. And the only way, if they jump that start, not jump it, but if they get in the gas and you're trying to play catch up, you instantly spin the tires by trying to push that throttle pedal down a little bit too much.
Waiting on the lineup for the restart, and let's get a recap from Chris Myers and Michael Waltrip.
All right, thank you, Mike. And of course, we had the rain delay to start. And once we did, Kevin Harvick, who for the 5th straight Atlanta race has led the most laps in the race. Pit problems early, and then he worked his way back up.
Yeah, fell back to the last car on the lead lap, 3 wide for the lead as he raced back toward the front.
The winner of stage 1, Jimmie Johnson, in the midst of the longest winless streak of his career, now 25 races.
Totally gets loose, the tire blows off turn 2. More problems on pit road. Martin Truex Jr., you see the tire changer in the rear waving his arms, had to go back to the jack. Truex fell to the back, which is where he started. He hasn't been able to rebound.
Brad Keselowski, who is currently second behind Kevin Harvick, winning stage 2, and we're getting ready to go with 23 laps. What about the restart, the positioning of both Harvick and Keselowski? Is it up to those 2?
I think it's Harvick's race to lose. I think he's better than Keselowski. I love what Denny Hamlin's team and Joey Logano's team did. It made it dramatic. They had a chance to make something happen. They're certainly in a better place than they were before they pulled that strategy. But watch Harvick on this restart. If he clears Keselowski, which he wasn't able to do earlier in the race, Chris, but if he's able to, he can drive away and win this thing.
Harvick trying to win his 2nd Atlanta race. Keselowski trying to win Atlanta back-to-back. Let's go back upstairs to Jeff, Darrell, and Mike.
It's anybody's race. Is it Harvick's race to lose on the short run? Brad Keselowski, especially down that back straightaway, has had the measure of Harvick, but we got 20 laps to go. Is that too much to overcome?
Don't count out Hamlin on right behind Harvick. If Harvick spins the tires, now it gives an advantage to Hamlin to be able to possibly get to the inside of Harvick or shoot that middle gap if it opens up. So this thing is not over.
Yeah, I think Harvick is in the catbird seat.
Right.
He's in the inside lane. That's the best lane to restart in. The 22 or the 2's at quite a disadvantage. We've seen that outside lane back up a number of times. So it could come down to a battle between the 4 and the 11. Because 11's right behind the 4.
They're all going to run as hard as they can.
Genius.
Yes.
Good.
There's the lineup. Harvick on the inside of the front row, Keselowski outside with his teammate Logano right behind him. Hamlin right behind the 4. Here's Keselowski's radio.
We're going to get going any better here with a push, Joey. So if you would let Joey behind me know that, I would appreciate it. Yep, already talked about it. TJ said he's not going to help. He's not going to push you. He's not going to get to your bumper.
And see, Keselowski knows if I spin the tires and Joey was pushing me, we'd wreck. And so he wants him to lay off of him.
And the outside has not been a good lane to restart in tonight.
Not at all.
Yeah, I think what we're going to watch here is the gap between the 4 and the 11, the gap between the 2 and the 22. Those guys are going to try to anticipate and get a little bit of a run on those leaders. Harvick did a great job executing that.
There's great anticipation for
Four
sure.
wide.
4 wide. Joey Logano's the one that didn't get up to speed.
Whoa.
Chase Elliott, high, wide, and handsome, coming up into the top 5.
Denny Hamlin got up off the bottom. Chase Elliott trying to make it 3 wide down the back straightaway.
Look at Chase getting aggressive here on these on this last 21 laps.
Got a great restart.
Well, the only car that's been able to run with Kevin Harvick all night long or hold him off has been the 2 of Keselowski. And there they are, first and second.
I don't think Keselowski's going to be able to run in his tire track side by side. The 9 and the 11, they've had history, don't forget.
But the 9, he couldn't hold the bottom. He had to get out of the gas. 11 had the big run on the outside, cleared him. Here comes Kyle Larson in the 42. Here comes the 78.
So much momentum lost there.
3 Fords, a Toyota, and a Chevy in the top 5 to try and settle this. As here comes Truex toward the front.
Yeah, we saw he had some great short run speed earlier in the race.
I think that 4 car has whatever speed it needs.
Yeah, he's impressed me. Not only on that restart, he did it perfectly, but ever since he got the green, he's flying.
I think he even has ludicrous speed, tell you the truth.
Now Joey Logano working Kyle Larson, that's 6th and 7th.
And if you think about this, what have they worked on this entire race? Long runs, saving tires. Now all of a sudden it comes down to a 20-lap shootout, and you got to go as hard as you can. The balance of the car is completely different in this scenario.
You see where he's running now? That's where he should have been running on. I tell you, he just runs so well on the top of the racetrack, and they never let him get up there until the end.
You saw Kurt Busch back on the lead lap. He got the free pass.
Well, I wouldn't do that.
Wow.
That was dangerous right there. You got Kyle Busch in your mirror and you block him, I wouldn't have done that. Chase is just bad loose, saw that.
Yep. Kevin Harvick opening it up, 1.4 seconds on Keselowski.
Yeah, I think the big thing now is Harvick wants to go to the end. He doesn't want another caution. Not because of what they can do the same thing they just did now, but that pit crew, every pit crew is suspect. Something can happen in the pits. Can't get a wheel tight, can't get a jack, get run over, something breaks. You want to take that out of the equation if you can.
Well, yesterday, Harvick put on a clinic in the Xfinity race. Speedway president Ed Clark told us earlier that he went down to see Harvick in Victory Lane. He says, you do that thing, you do that again on Sunday, I'm calling the pavers Monday morning.
Hey, Ed, I don't know what the number is, but call it.
Guys, we've only run 6 laps since that restart, but even if we got up to the fact that it looked like we were going to go in overtime or any time from here on, caution, 4 more Goodyear tires, another trip to pit road.
Oh, I agree, Larry. Probably anything with, what, 5-6 laps to go. Tires are so valuable. I know what I'd do if I wasn't Kevin Harvick or maybe Keselowski. I'd get me 2 and take a chance.
Well, you've got 14 lead lap cars now.
Every one of these top 4 or 5 drivers made their fastest lap of the race after that last restart. I just wonder, did Kevin Harvick use up all those tires? Is there anything left with Brad Keselowski or even with Clint Bowyer that they could possibly run down that 4 in these last 14 laps?
Well, Brad's last lap was 1/10 faster than Kevin. but he's going to need more than that with only 14 to go.
Once I get a gap, once I get that big gap between me and him, he can do what he wants to. If he wants to gain a 10th on me every lap, have at it. You're not going to catch me.
And you can see Brad Keselowski's changed it up a little bit. He's running that high line. He also sees Clint Bowyer working that high line, making it work and gaining momentum off of turn 2.
Now that can be a bit of a problem for Kevin Harvick. If they start running high and they should start cutting into that lead, now what do you do?
Well, you know the message Harvick is sending. Catch me at your leisure. Pass me at your peril.
Amen.
Now that last lap, 0.3 better to the 2 of Brad Keselowski.
Boy, Alex Bowman just had it sideways, gathered it up. In 20th place. 14 cars on the lead lap, only 3 drivers 1 lap down. You see them on your scoring pylon. Suarez, Stenhouse, Menard.
Yeah, I don't see that high line paying any dividends. I think Keselowski tried it, thought there might be something up there, but he wasn't gaining anything. And quite honestly, we haven't seen very many people that even tried to run high today. Seems like the bottom has just been the way to go. And again, I think a lot of that's just because they watch what Harvick's done all these times.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of speed up top there through 1 and 2 for a couple of laps, but you just use up the tires so fast up there. And that last lap, Harvick said, okay, I'm done saving.
Yeah, well,
right now, want to catch me.
Right now, Brad has to just worry a little bit about the 14 car that's behind him, Clint Bowyer. You don't want to mess around trying something different and let Bowyer catch him.
There's Bowyer.
And this has been a heck of a good day for Bowyer. He was real happy with his car. He was so much fun in our pre-race show, and he's had a great day. Good for him.
Yeah, and he deserves. I mean, he's been through a lot of the last couple of years. Great to see this team and him putting a really solid run together. And even as we relate to Harvick, I mean, think about this. Harvick, yeah, we talked about his domination here and how well he's done, but he's not only won 1 race here, and that was in 2001, the first time he ever came here in a Cup car. So if anybody's deserving and earns to get a victory here, definitely Kevin Harvick.
And I think it's also a good sign for this team. Obviously, Harvick has helped Clint Bowyer. Obviously, he's helped Kurt Busch. He's helped his teammates because they have all run well today. But it always reminds me of something. You know, somebody would tell me 99 things to do, but there was the 100 that they never told me. I got 99 of them, but there was that one piece they left out.
Well, Ford with 5 of the top 8 spots, 3 of those being Stewart-Haas cars, 2 for Team Penske. Toyota's 4th and 5th, Chevy's 9th and 10th.
How many laps you reckon Harvick's led here over the last, what?
5 races? Not all of them, but certainly most of them.
Could we count yesterday too?
173 today. And yesterday in the Xfinity race, all but 22 laps.
I know here last year was over 200 laps led, so.
And so they say, do you think we ought to pave the track? What do you think he's going to say?
Well, he's saying, well, at least I got another win before you did it.
His fastest lap came just after that restart, as did Keselowski's, Bowyer's, and Hamlin's.
Now right here, this is the zone when I'm sitting on a hot stove, because I don't want to see a caution with 3 or 4 to go, and I got to come down pit road. So I'd like to see this thing, if I'm Harvick, I'd like to see this thing go to the end.
And you're right, you absolutely would have to come to pit road. There's just too much fall off, too much speed in new tires versus these older tires. You absolutely would have to come down pit road.
And then you pull your hair out if you're down there Rodney Childers. What if everybody doesn't come to pit road? And I do. So it's the leader's usually the setting duck.
In the last 5 races here, Kevin Harvick has led 911 laps.
Oh my gosh.
Without a trophy, right?
DW, if that caution comes and you don't come to pit road, you and I gonna fight over there in that garage.
I'm with you, Larry. I don't think you'd get any argument out of me. I figure if you can, Harvick had this race won last year, and if you speed on pit road and you can walk out of here and not be upset with yourself, and they didn't seem to be, then it takes a whole lot to get you upset.
One win at Atlanta for Kevin Harvick, and it was huge. He had just been tapped by Richard Childress to take over what became the 29 after we lost Dale Earnhardt in the 2001 Daytona 500.
The closing laps of that race, those last 20-25 laps, being a part of that, racing side by side to the finish with Kevin Harvick, I mean, they were some spectacular laps, and he drove an incredible race. He obviously liked this place right away.
But even remember, he was going to run for the championship in the Xfinity Series at the time, Busch Series at the time. Then they said he was going to run both series. I said, you can't do that. You'll wear the poor guy out. He did it pretty darn well.
A winner at Texas last November. 2 more trips around the 1.5 mile Atlanta Motor Speedway.
I know that Kevin Harvick may not want them to repave this racetrack, but 35 other cars and drivers out there too.
Can we vote on it? Oh, golly.
And thank you, Mother Nature, for holding off, so we got to see how all this played out. And he'll face the white flag. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank.
What a day.
Clint Boyer making a run for 2nd place on Brad Keselowski.
Nothing coming.
Kevin Harvick puts on a clinic and wins the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500.
Good job, Harv.
Hallelujah. What a relief. Awesome job. Awesome job, guys. What a race car. Last 5 years. Not just tonight, 5 years. Great job.
4 years of leading the most laps, and now, this year, redemption.
Swept the weekend.
He was biting his tongue until he crossed that line. He knows what it's like to lead a lot of laps and not get the job done. He did it tonight, though. That was pretty amazing.
The top 13 cars all finish on the lead lap. Austin Dillon, the first 1 lap down in 14th. I'm not sure I see elation in that 4 pit, more like relief.
Oh, for sure, Mike.
A lot of pressure on them.
15th victory for Stewart-Haas Racing. And there's Kevin Harvick taking home the checkered flag as today's Sunoco fueling victory. After that win in 2001, it took Harvick 27 starts to get back to victory lane here. It's his 12th victory on a 1.5 mile super speedway. And it's the 2nd time a driver swept both the Xfinity race and the Cup race here in Atlanta. Carl Edwards did it.
Good for him. That's exactly what he did in 2001.
And a number 3 salute that he's been waiting 17 years to do again.
And we're going to another one of his playgrounds in a couple of weeks, Phoenix.
That's very cool to honor Dale Earnhardt.
Kevin Harvick is a different guy than he was 10, 12 years ago. This is a mature race car driver.
Was that dust in his eye, or was he brushing away a tear there?
I see some emotion in Kevin Harvick. This win means a lot to him.
I agree. Bill France always said he had a go-to. I was his go-to guy. Dale was his go-to guy. Kevin Harvick wants to be the go-to guy. When there's something up, he wants to come to him and get his opinion.
It's Kevin's 15th win for Stewart-Haas Racing. It's the 40th career win for that team. And their first of the season. 2nd here. not only the closer, but the dominator today, Kevin Harvick.
So you're meaning 40th for the organization.
I've been waiting 17 years to do what I'm getting ready to do. That's pretty cool what you're doing there. Now, I've waited a long time to do that, man. I know. It's awesome.
Now that'll bring a tear to your eye. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I remember how emotional that was 17 years ago. And now today, for him to be thinking about that, you know, in such a special moment, time, that's, boy, that's cool.
It's going to take a minute to get Victory Lane set up here right next to the start-finish line on the front straightaway so all the fans can enjoy it. Let's check with Matt.
Mike, throw strategy aside up and down pit road. It seemed like the best car to have a shot at Harvick was the two of Brad Keselowski. What impressed you the most, especially with your rebound from Daytona? What impressed you the most about your team's performance on track and on pit road tonight?
We had a really strong day on pit road, and you know how many pit stops you have here in Atlanta, that can be critical to a team's success. So really proud of all the guys on the Auto Trader Ford team for that. But Kevin, man, he was just in a league of his own. He deserves a lot of credit for that. And you know, I was throwing everything I could throw at him. My crew chief, you know, we threw everything we could at them, but we just didn't have enough. So Congrats to them. But, it just started to rain, and I was thinking, DW, the vortex stopped. There's got to be some truth to it. I don't know, bring out the Mythbusters or something, but it just started to rain the second the race stopped. Great.
I think he's trademarked that phrase, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Might be something to it.
Vince?
Well, Denny Hamlin kept it interesting with an alternative strategy, and for a while I thought, maybe it's going to work. What are you thinking about in your mind when Wheels is calling for that?
Well, they know the bigger picture better than I do, but I knew that we had really good long run speed. We're short of the 4-car, probably one of the better cars in the long run, so we wanted to optimize our time on the racetrack, similar to what we did at Darlington last year. And, if the caution fell, great. If it didn't, at a pretty good gap there back to third place before the caution fell. And the guys that had short pitted, their tires were already starting to fall off in the same second bracket that we were in. So I thought it was a great strategy play. Happy for our FedEx Ground team, get another top 5, and, especially here in the home of Coke. So it's awesome to be here and, get the season started off in a good note.
Yeah, well done, Denny. 4th place for Denny Hamlin, Chris.
All right, thank you, Vince and Denny. So Harvick with the hammer, a dominating performance. Michael Waltrip. So we've come full circle. It was the 3 in victory lane. Dale Earnhardt's last number with Austin Dillon winning on the 4 with Kevin Harvick, the driver who took over for the late, great Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah, what a special moment for Kevin to be able to celebrate and hold those 3 fingers up in the air like he did in 2001.
Right. You saw him wipe a tear away from his eye, an emotional moment. And in victory lane, Jamie Little is down there for the celebration with Happy Harvick.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's climbing out. Let's hear it. A tremendous ovation, if you will, for a great race driver. Let him hear it.
Now that is a Busch Beer bath. Kevin, 17 years. You've thought about that moment since 2001. You did the 3 salute. What does this moment mean to you, being back here with your team, finally?
I'm just so proud of everybody on our team. That was the first win in my career, and to be able to do that and pay tribute to Dale was pretty cool. I've been waiting a long time to do that. We've had so many days where we could do that here. But I just want to thank everybody from Stewart-Haas Racing, Jimmy John's, Busch, Ford, Mobil 1, Outback Hunt Brothers, Morton Buildings, Textron Off-Road, Liftmaster, everybody who puts this car on the racetrack, and for 5 years, it's been so fast at this particular racetrack and a lot of other ones. But I love racing here, and it's good to be back in victory lane. Finally, took a while.
I think it's safe to say you were in everyone's head, from the spotters to the drivers. What's Harvick doing? How's he doing it? Oh, by the way, your wife just flew in. You didn't even know they were here with Keelan.
They came a little bit late. Keelan was mad earlier that he didn't get to come, but it was great getting into this race car and knowing that everybody knew that they had to beat our car. And just really, really happy with everything that we've done at Stewart-Haas Racing over the last 5 years. And this is a great start to getting ourselves in the playoffs and doing everything that we need to do. Overcame a lot of things today. Got a late race restart that we drove off and won the race with. So there were so many demons that seemed to haunt us here for a long time. But the coolest part was being able to try to replicate that first win celebration.
What was going through your mind when you were doing that?
Just how long I've been doing this. That's the biggest thing. It's just, how fortunate I've been to, fire. Just how fortunate I've been to be sitting in these race cars and do what I love to do on a weekly basis. I wish I could explain to everybody at home how fortunate all of us are to do what we do and have the Folds of Honor here representing our military. And we thank our military for everything that you guys do to let us be safe and come out here and do what we do on the weekends and just live a life. Thank you to everybody in our military.
Kevin Harvick wins in Atlanta. Chris?
Yep, thanks, Jamie. 9th straight season with a win for Harvick. 22 laps to go. The inside restart to hold off Keselowski.
A lot of pressure. You heard Kevin talk about it. He hasn't been great on the short runs, but I saw things in that car early, Chris, that made me believe he had this one under control. A great break. You can see he gapped him. Nobody on that right side hanging next to him. He was able to drive off and win the race.
On our pre-race show with Darrell and Jeff, he said you have to evaluate what you're doing here every lap. And Jeff Gordon said that he's the guy who's changed the game here. So let's go back upstairs, and the game the same for him in victory lane. Jeff, Darrell, and Mike.
Boy, he had great takeoff on that final restart, didn't he?
Oh, he really did. And you know what I love about Kevin Harvick? He has changed so much. He has matured so much. I remember that win. We were here. It was one of our first telecasts. And I think at that time it was maybe a little bit all about Kevin Harvick. Today he thinks deep about the sport and what's best for this sport. And tonight he just showed a lot of emotion. I was really happy for him.
Well, I just think back to the last 5 years and how he's dominated this race and let it slip away. I think some of that emotion he showed is knowing how close they've been and to finally execute and pull it off tonight.
And Denny Hamlin's strategy, Chris, before all that started, he was 6th. He came home 4th, so attaboy.
Thanks, guys, and we'll see you in Vegas next Sunday. We have more here, by the way. Ford finishing 1, 2, and 3 after in Daytona. It was Chevy finishing 1, 2. More on the victory for Harvick in Atlanta in a moment. Race fans, if you're looking for more. NASCAR West Coast Swing. There's Kevin Harvick with son Keelan, who Kevin said earlier in the rain delay had to behave himself, get his act together. They both did today, and that's a good way to celebrate father and son, a touching moment. And Vegas coming up next, where Harvick was a winner in 2015. So he wins on a mile and a half. More races on a mile and a half. Does this say he's maybe back in that championship form in his 40s, or is this a different mile and a half from what we're going to?
Certainly, this is a unique mile and a half. The fact that there's not a lot of grip here. And when we go to Vegas, it's going to be more about aerodynamics. Here, a good chassis setup, a mechanical grip car will really pay off for you. We go to Vegas, there's more involved in that. So it'll be interesting to see. We heard a lot of talk about the Fords. They weren't going to run well this year. 1, 2, 3, that's pretty awesome. We'll see what happens when we get out to the West Coast.
And where the Chevys certainly at Daytona 1-2. Toyota with Hamlin ran well, but not a victory yet, at least not in the first 2 races. Martin Truex, the winner in Las Vegas last year, your defending champion, his Toyota, and he made a nice run to wind up 5th.
Yeah, we saw some good speed from the Toyotas. The Chevys would be a concern for me.
Okay.
What about you?
I don't think I'm that concerned. I'm concerned about what's coming up next on Fox. And Brooklyn Nine-Nine, later, The Simpsons, Family Guy, LA to Vegas. We're going to Vegas from ATL to Las Vegas. The West Coast Swing last year, Kyle Larson and Brad Keselowski were dominant during that stretch. Don't forget Race Hub weeknight 6 Eastern on FS1 for all your NASCAR needs. Next Sunday on Fox, be right here. For Michael Waltrip, our entire gang, Harvick, your winner. I'm Chris Myers. Have a good week.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.